Crazy. Okay.
Oh, fuck it. It's too late.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a campaign of 4 parties, all from different areas of the same homebrew beautiful world of Imea. We are here with our lovely crew, the Unearthed Arcanum. Everybody take a look at the camera, wave, and say hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
This is going to be a wild one where I'm in a different state, Jess is in a different state. We're all in different state of minds. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have some fun. Cool. So before we get into stuff for tonight, just a couple of announcements up front. I did say I was gonna just kind of do one more week of just talking about this because Tales of Imea: The Isles officially came out this week. So we had our first Monday session. Earlier in the week. It was awesome. It went great. You guys should check that out. Evan is a part of it. This is a new camera. Hold on, wait. You're over here. There we go. Evan over there is part of it. There you. Thanks, buddy. And it was great. You should watch it. But one of the other reasons why I am mentioning it because we are still in need of. Most likely just one more player. We have a 5th player that we're talking with now. So Drew, if you're watching this, what's up, dude? Yeah, so we are in need of one more player. So please check that out. It is under Tales of Imea: The Isles. But if you're wanting to get involved and join in this crazy, wacky family of 4 parties existing in the same world at the same time, we would love to have you. So I'm going to put all the available links are in the video description if you're watching this from YouTube. But if you are, I will also be putting it in the private chat as well. So there is that. On top of this, we are desperately at this point. I'm begging everybody. We need players for Shadows of the North Shore. That is our homebrew version of Candela Obscura. If you are unfamiliar with Candela Obscura, it is a cosmic horror game set in a kind of like high RP sort of dice system setting. Super easy to learn, but very cool in the like supernatural and cosmic sort of style horror. Our version of that pushes a little bit further into the real world realm, which we call Shadows of the North Shore. So it is our setting is in the year 1901 in the North Shore of Massachusetts, a couple hundred years after the Salem witch trials. Of which I am like sitting right now, just realizing now in this room, I'm sitting probably maybe like 100 yards away from something happening around that. So it's kind of fun. Now you guys know where I am. But yeah, it's a really, really cool setting. We did a earlier, I think it was September, we did a 3 kind of a mini campaign of it, a 3-session campaign that you can check out on our YouTube. Under Shadows of the North Shore. It was awesome. It was super fun. We had 3 friends that were involved in that. Involved in that as well. And they did an amazing job, and it's worth watching. But we want to kind of have a full campaign set up for that. So if you are interested, please check it out. It is going to be in our, like I said, the video description, as well as our, as well as the putting in the chat right now. Did I miss anything in the Shadows of the North Shore? I feel like you guys played for a little bit of it. Is there something that I'm not mentioning that should be mentioned?
Did you mention how cool it was? How fun it is?
I think so.
It's very, very role play heavy. It's fun. You get to get yourself through the story.
But
Did you say
it's
that?
still good if you're just kind of jumping into I feel like some tabletop stuff, because it's not rule heavy. So you kind of you can learn how to do some role play and not worry about so many rules and stuff like that, and also facilitates a good story.
And you will suffer from FOMO forever if you don't play.
There we go. You will suffer. Just say suffer. You will suffer if you don't play.
Don't play. Your life will not be as good.
Life will be
No.
less good if you don't play. Please check it out. At least just feel free to have a conversation with us about it. We will definitely try to. We're trying to have it be for Thursday nights. Sunday is also a possibility. We'll see. So please feel free to just jump in, chat with me on any of the social media stuff or on here whenever. Cool. So the last thing we are in what will most likely be the last month of our drop in, drop out mini campaign of Steinhardt's Guide to the Eldritch Hunt. It is a really cool, like very Bloodborne, Dark Souls-esque style campaign set as a 5e supplement by Monkey DM. They're just finishing up their Kickstarter for it. It's super cool. They have brand new subclasses, brand new races, brand new spells, brand new backgrounds, new feats, all that good stuff. Very much designed towards those who are into the heavy Gothic horror or the Dark Souls or Bloodborne sort of feeling. We've had Evan play for a while on our setting, and Evan, actually, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this yet. We actually redid. I had a chance to kind of go back and run through our like story arc that we did for another group of players, and it was so fun because there was the like supplement itself actually kind of gives you an open sort of setting to be able to kind of change a couple of things. But yeah, actually, Evan, while I'm putting this in, anything you want to touch on about it that I probably haven't mentioned yet?
It was a ton of fun. It makes you feel like a complete badass, and also the supplement itself is really, really good. The art in it is beautiful. Like it's like 400 pages or something. It's one of the best supplements I've ever purchased. Like it's really good.
I 100% agree. As someone who is not a fan of going full-fledged into module stuff, and normally because they don't leave a lot to be able to kind of put your own sort of flavor into this absolutely gives just a perfect amount of difference between that. So jump in. If that's not enough to want you to play, your first session will be free with us. So Saturdays and Sunday nights, if you are available, check it out. The only people that would say it would not fit is for those who are like brand new to D&D, as it is just a tiny bit crunchier. But I mean, if you feel like you're kind of a quick learner, maybe you can just jump into it. It's totally fine. Sweet. And the last thing, I just gave our like little social link tree tag if you want to check out our Instagram, our TikTok, and obviously, you can see the YouTube and all that good stuff. I think that is it. How is the music for you guys? I feel like it's a little louder to me than it was before.
It's a little loud, yeah.
It's a little loud.
A little bit.
I'm gonna tell my assistant to turn it down. Cool. Great. Well, before we begin, we got to get a recap of where we left off with the Unearthed Arcanum. So, Clinton, please take it away.
Cool. So we, as we've now decided that we are an unnamed group, we are currently still on a mission to go find Maeve's daughter. However, on our
Maeve
trip
is the daughter.
Maeve's daughter, Siobhan's daughter, Maeve. We were on our way from Celeste to Dare's Wharf when we were attacked, and the boat took enough damage that we ended up having to make a stop on an island. This turned out to be what we thought at first was an uninhabited island, but we found a small goblinoid gutter, and we also found some coincidences with some symbols from a magical conch shell that Io had that had a square drawn on the inside of it, and a cave that had a square drawn above the entrance. We had a fun, fast and furious battle with two large tyrants and a smaller tyrant that we are refraining from calling a baby. And managed to make our way into the cave away from the larger ones. However, the smaller one did follow us in, where it was quickly massacred by everyone. And then we skinned it and took care of as much of it as we could. Gwen went to start searching the cave, being in her element. This is what she does. Io helped out a little bit. Siobhan helped out a little bit. Yori as well. We discovered there were some small veins of a magical ore or substance running through the wall. We attempted to chisel some out. Yori did. The resulting echo then caused damage to all of us. We have not yet discovered what that was or why that happened. However, we followed it to a large room with a fun puzzle. 5 statues, 4 of them representing the elements, earth, wind, and fire, and air. We discovered that there was water dripping from all of their respective statues into a large pool. Yori found out that the water was extremely cold. It basically gave him more or less hypothermia, but he still stood in the water because he's Yori. Io tried to open up his book to find out what was going on, maybe getting some help from his patron. However, he was quickly knocked unconscious. Siobhan was able to bring him back. Alistair, I scooped up the book and hid it, but before I could do so, we discovered that Gutter had some history with this book. Music got really loud, Joe.
Weird. Okay. Turn it down.
Cool. So we hid the book away, but we found out that Gutter had some history with the book. Obviously, we can't communicate directly with him, but we were able to more or less see the telltale signs around the room and Gutter's reactions that he had been here before, as well as the book, and that whoever had it didn't seem to make it out. We were able to solve the puzzle with some fun work from Gwen and Io, clearing the water out of the way, while Yori and Siobhan and Gwen all worked together with Nolani and Alistair to solve the puzzle and push the statues in the right spots so that the drips from it matched an image on the wall, with Gwen standing in the middle, scooping up a little bit of water and being the final drip. We used some of the water on the conch shell that Io had, which changed it to a sapphire. Yes. And it is presumably still glowing pretty brightly. Yes. And which is new. It had been flashing. Now it is just flashing fast enough that it's a steady glow. After we solved the puzzle, the door to the next part of the cave opened up, and the veins of the magical ore are getting thicker and running more violently through the cave. Oh, and Nolani is taking notes for Alistair.
That's right.
Because he's learning to become an educated man.
Awesome. Cool. I'm gonna bring back the music slightly. You guys can let me know if it's. Can you guys hear it right now?
I can.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. Awesome. I guess we'll just leave it there. That's cool. Sweet. Okay. Oh yeah, just in time for me to change it.
Sweet.
Because we are in a dark cave and we need that dark cave goodness. Awesome. So, I assume, Jess, are you still with us? Voice-wise, maybe? Still working that out. No worries.
Yes, I'm trying to put on earphones. I'll be there.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, no worries. Cool. So where you guys currently are, you are maneuvering past the room. For the record, just in case this comes up, the door does not shut behind you. So there's nothing that you feel where there's every space that you guys have entered so far, which is not a lot, is still open. As you all continue into this hallway, I would like everybody to give me a perception check.
Also, Joe, in this hallway, is there still any more of the water? Because one of the things Io would have done would have he would have tried to get a collection, a sample of the water from the pool.
Okay, you could do that in the previous room. There's no other water here.
Okay, we'll just say that's what I did.
Yeah, absolutely cool. What are you putting in it?
Just an old potion bottle, empty potion bottle.
Love it. Awesome. Cool. Yeah. So you dip the vial in. I'm gonna say, unless you can tell. Let me ask you how you dip the vial in.
Levitated in the water, and then levitated out once I'm done.
That's right. Very cool. Awesome. No roll required. As you stick the glass in, you're able to get this very bright ice blue sort of liquid. That now that it's in the vial, we're getting a little echo from you, Jess. I'm gonna mute you for now. So as you see it in the vial, in this like sort of more contained form, you notice that the water itself, I shouldn't even say water, the liquid itself seems much less translucent. Like you can, like if you stick your hand kind of behind it, you can see it a little bit, but it's definitely not like, it's not just cold water. There's definitely some sort of magical substance that is in here that is keeping it that color. And now that it's in a smaller vial, it actually has even less area of translucence. So, cool. Anything else you guys want to do actually as you move to this next hallway? If not, you can just tell me what you got in your perception checks.
12.
7.
19.
22.
17. And I did want to say I'm walking behind or as close to the front person or people as I can, but I would like to try to keep everybody within 30 feet of me as possible.
Yeah, let's get what we're gonna assume to be the general marching order for this. Actually, that's a good idea.
I'll say right now.
I think you still have Jess muted, so she can't talk.
No, Jess, you're good. You're not. Here, I'll do this.
Going through Jess.
Mute and then ask for unmute just in case.
No.
As we're figuring that out, give me that marching order, gang.
Yori would be going first unless somebody else. He's not like struggling to get, but if nobody else like pulls him back, he'd be going first.
Okay.
He's excited.
Okay, so we got Yori, and then I believe Siobhan, you said you wanted to be behind Yori.
Yeah, I thought Jess would be pretty close to the front, or Gwen would be pretty close to the front. So if I could either be next to Gwen and we're both behind Yori, or I'll let Gwen go in front of me.
Cool. Okay.
In a way that I could like maneuver around her real quick if I have to.
Gotcha. I would say, Jess, if you want to be second, just give me like a head nod for now. Cool, and that works too. Yeah. Sweet. So we'll say. Go ahead.
If we can be shoulder to shoulder, I would be next to Gwen. If not, then
so we'll say
I'll be in front of her behind Yori.
Okay. All right. Cool. So we'll say I'll put a slash because in this moment where you guys currently are at, yes, you can definitely be side by side. So Yori, Alistair, Gwen, Siobhan.
That's the point of my feet.
I know. I'm so
You guys
sorry.
can talk above board. You can do whatever.
Yeah, I was trying to do it for my feature.
You would still be within 30 feet of all of us if you're worried about distance.
So that's fine, but part of the other part of that feature won't work in.
Will you share the feature with us so I know what you're talking
It's
about?
like it redirects the damage, but it's to the next closest person.
So
So
who are
like
you
I
trying
can
to be
redirect
next
the
to?
damage.
Gwen or
So
The
I
front
think what
person, so that if like the front person triggers a trap, she could redirect the damage to herself.
okay?
I'm gonna redirect it right back. No, mine.
you're gonna cloud rune that one. Seven.
Alistair and Yori are beefy enough, and I know Gwyn wants to be up
I
front,
love
so that's fine.
I also have high investigation, so I was kind of trying to be angled to look for runes. I mean, knowing this is magical, my
Mhm.
perception check sucked, but that's what I would be doing.
Got it. Cool. Awesome. Let me turn this up just a hair, gang. Sorry.
I mean, with that said, I wouldn't be holding Yori back, but I would definitely be trying to make sure he was careful in his steps. I mean, I would explain it's a magical place, so I can be
Running
next to Yori.
forward, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So I got Yori, Alistair / Gwyn, Siobhan, Io. I assume this is probably where you want to be at. And then, so do we want? So I think the only thing we. Yeah. Do we want to have?
Gutter, Nalani.
Gutter Nalani or Nalani Gutter? It's up to you.
Depends
Mitch.
whether Mitch you want to go in the back or not.
Yeah, I don't really care. I'll go. It doesn't matter to me. As long as I think Nalani recognizes this as a magical place, so he wants his eyes on Gwyn, who he knows about artifacts, and Alistair, who he knows about magic, and of course he wants to always be aware of Io. So as long as he can do that, he's okay with wherever.
Love that. Cool. Awesome. I'm going to put you in the back. So cool. So we got Yori, Alistair, Gwyn, Siobhan, Io, Gutter, Nalani. Awesome. Sweet. Actually, Siobhan, what did you get on your perception check?
17.
17. Cool. 17 is pretty good. You notice at this point you haven't seen Neve in a while. I'm going to say roll me a history check from when you remember the last time you saw Neve.
That's an 18. Oh no, 16.
Nice.
That's a 16.
16. Cool. Awesome. I mean, Neve is white. There's a, they definitely disappear or are very clearly seen within the very tropical sort of, or not even tropical, but like the island sort of setting of what you have. There's not a lot of white here. So you remember about the time you guys kind of headed off the boat. That's when Neve disappeared. So you just make a note of that.
Okay.
Cool. All right, let's look at these perception.
Is that? Do you see Neve like frequently enough that like there would be some, if there was a disturbance in that pattern, or if it like, oh, I haven't seen them in like, would 2 days be a long time without going to, or like is an hour be a long time? Like, is there some sort of like pattern there that you might notice?
I don't think so. Like just about board, I would say. Yeah, I mean, they like it's. I'll put it this way: it is fully. It would make sense to Siobhan that like Neve is like, yeah, I'll see them when I see them. They're obviously just not needed or wanting to be seen right now. But yeah, it is 100% completely random. So. Cool. All right. Dan, what did you get?
19.
19. Okay, cool. Sweet. So, Alistair, I think what is Alistair focusing on?
I think genuinely considering that we had the puzzle room, what happened to Io and these magical whatever all along the walls, I think I would be looking for runes or sigils or anything that might denote a magical trap, especially since we said last time that those rocks are so bright that I kind of have to more or less turn off my always magic vision.
Yeah.
So I think I'm literally that person that's holding everybody up behind them as I'm just scanning the ground and the walls, and
Cool.
but holding Yori back, so I got a 7 on my
So for the record, you're actively, because I think that makes sense. Like I said, it was kind of like blinding to you. Your detect magic sort of feature is down,
right.
right? And you're just trying to rely on your normal eyesight. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I think looking around on the sides, you notice the ceiling and the walls have all those sort of lines seem to have started to converge a little bit more. I'd say like if you had to count, which I'm sure Alistair did, like if we started with where you start in the cave of like 100 sort of different pathways. I'd say it looks like it's kind of like it's gone down in like a series of like 90 in that room, and then now we're probably closer to 80 in the hallway. So it's still like tiny and minuscule, and they're all kind of spread out. But it does seem like it's thinning slightly.
That vibe
Sweet.
of an arrow pointing in the right direction.
Yes. Yes, 100%. Cool. So it's funny you mentioned that. So as we continue forward, we move, I'll say in this moment, because I didn't give you guys the cool intro sort of thing. At this moment, we see, I think, coming up from the, we're hearing kind of the like clank, 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 clank of multiple sort of footsteps moving, not perfectly in time, but around that same sort of rhythm. We kind of pull up to first seeing kind of the cane as Alistair sort of like resting on it and looking down at the ground and the walls and the ceiling. Gwyn, you are right next to Alistair. Jess, give me a check.
Yeah, let's see. Is it back? Okay.
Welcome back.
I hit a button and then everything went crazy.
All good. Sweet. So Gwyn, you guys are typing too fast. Gwyn, what'd you get?
It was perception, right?
Yes.
14.
14. Not bad. So Gwyn, as you are kind of like standing next to Alistair, sort of waiting. I think you're kind of like moving a little bit ahead, but you can obviously feel free to kind of turn back around. Gwyn, with a 14, as you're moving down this hallway, is there anything different that you're specifically paying attention to?
I mean, Gwen is probably going at the same pace as Alistair, very slow, very deliberate looking at basically every nook and cranny. She would definitely be interested in what was it? Was it blue lines or yellow lines?
Blue lines.
Blue lines, okay.
Yeah.
Definitely be looking to see if those have changed at all from the last few chambers. Like, are they any different? So just probably following. I picture Alistair and Gwen like doing the exact same things on the opposite sides of the caves, going down, and every so often nudging each other, saying, "Look at that."
Cool. Gwyn, roll me a nature check, please.
Okie doke. I think that's going to be a 12, but let's just double check. Nature. Yeah, 12.
12. All right. With a 12, you're noticing the kind of veins as they're converging forward, and I'd say like with each minute of our conversation, we're kind of like taking, I'd say maybe like 5 steps forward in this moment. So you're still all continuing sort of forward here. You are focusing specifically on the aura of the veins, and you feel like it does remind you of something, but it'd be something that I think moves far away from your normal level of expertise. Specifically, you just can, or sorry, not specifically, you just can't put your finger on it, but this doesn't seem unfamiliar. There's something about this that seems like you've seen this before. I'll say with a 12, you've seen this before, but not in person.
Okay. I think she would definitely, be talking that process out loud. this is familiar. Maybe I read it. Did I see it in a book? Did I hear about it? Just that kind of rambling thoughts process.
Awesome. Cool.
Would that jog any memories for Io or me?
Yeah, I'll let you guys roll for it. I'm going to say the nature check here is... Yeah, I'll allow that. Nature check, both of you guys.
Can I, hearing Gwen theorize and Alistair look curious, tap him on the shoulder and give him guidance?
Sure.
23.
Yeah, if you...
Nice.
Never mind.
go ahead and give him that guidance.
Yeah, always roll guidance.
One of you roll.
26.
Okay, nice. Cool. Aya, what'd you get?
Oh, on the nature check, it was a 6. So, nada.
Cool. Alistair. Tell me about... Give me a very brief... This is really throwing... we're going to yes and everything you say here. Tell me about what biology class was like.
Biology, we started off with, just like small little random creatures like everybody does. But I think, for actual class, we stayed pretty much with the common animals, rabbits, foxes. Thoroughly enjoyed all of that. But with Dr. Karan, I think we got to move on to a lot more weirder creatures, and specifically magical creatures, and really diving in and figuring out what makes certain creatures magical, whether it's the eyes or a heart or lungs, and the organs that cause fire in certain animals. So yeah, I think it was intense. It was a butchery, more or less.
Cool. Awesome. I love that. You have a pretty intense understanding of the like hands-on inner workings of magical creatures on a biological standpoint, like checking out anatomy, as you said. It's taken, I would say at this point, you guys are kind of like probably maybe like 15 steps sort of forward on this. You're looking at how things are sort of converging. And one of the things you notice is that these sort of like veins that are converging into a spot, actually that word is not that far off. There's something that is really you get the feeling that there's way too many of them for it to be for you to be in like a central sort of part of any sort of like either nervous system or what have you. But there is a sort of sense of it following into the same sort of channel, similar to how veins from what's the word? The veins from the smallest sort of appendages go. So it feels like it follows that process. But that's what you know.
Sean, very weird question. Can you, with your abilities, can you almost make your skin like translucent-ish? Is that something you can do?
I can replicate anything I've seen before.
So like a jellyfish's like skin? Could you do that?
It's exactly I can try. Sure, I can try. I am going to think about a humanoid with jellyfish skin.
Okay, love it. Give me a roll and add your spell casting modifier to it.
Oh God.
I mean, like what?
Oh gosh.
Stalia or something like that. Didn't she have kind of translucent skin? It's watery skin.
Ooh. It's
Nostalgia?
18, but
Stalia, yeah.
18. Cool. Yeah. Cool. With an 18, you try your best to turn into any sort of creature that you can think of with the translucent skin. You
Translucent
kind of
skin.
settle onto the jellyfish sort of thing. And with an 18, you you succeed on not really hurting the deformity of like really deforming your body. As you are realizing in this moment, as we talked about before, you actually like it hurts now to change. So as we
Oh
feel,
wait, they haven't seen that yet.
they
Because
have
only
not.
Moab
Yes,
saw it.
please describe.
Now I feel bad.
I think she might have just forgot about it until this moment where she
Sure.
tries to shift and you see her like twitch as it looks like her skin splits and you see gold, like basically liquid gold veins between her different pigments of skin as she's trying to create a jellyfish human.
Cool.
Just the
For the
skin.
It
record,
doesn't look
Just the skin.
comfortable at all.
for the record, I didn't say it succeeded. I said you succeeded in not hurting yourself. So yeah, so with an 18, you feel your body kind of trying to find a way to make that sort of shift, and it's like truly as if like pieces of your skin has like, so they've split apart, and then like your your body is shifting in different sort of like almost jigsaw puzzle like ways, and it's happening like usually this would happen like in half a second. This is happening in like 10 seconds. So it's like it's really and Alistair, you see like kind of a strain on Siobhan's face. It's impossible to kind of keep from that. As you see Siobhan just kind of like actually I'm going to say this, Siobhan, you do get the feeling right now like if I were to continue to do this, something bad is going to happen. So I do think your choice, but I do think you recognize in that moment like this is bad. I need to stop.
Oh,
Yeah, she's just gonna stop and be like, I can't
Yeah.
do
Okay.
it. Not
Sorry.
right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When we will. I'm so sorry.
Are you
I'll.
okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
You
fine.
you good?
That just hurt a little. That didn't feel good.
It hasn't been like that before. Is it because of what Al was asking you to do? Or
Yeah, is it a strange form or something like that?
I
Does that have
think
to
it's
just be
because of
people?
the fight
Do-
when I tried to use the shell. I think it did something to me.
oh,
You don't have to talk about this right now if you don't want to.
There might be a safer, better time and place to talk about it, but
Yeah, good point.
I'm fine for now.
Okay. All right.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Just try it again. Can you just pull the shell out real quick? I know it's super bright. Could you just
Yeah.
you just pull it out and hold it up for a second, Gwen and Yori, I don't know, everybody, if you could, and then I'll like hold my hand up. I mean, Alistair's a pale guy, anyways. Can and try and see like the veins that run through like his forearm and his hand, and then compare it to what he's seeing on the walls with the stones.
Interesting. I would say, because you will carry the 26 over, I would say in that realm it looks a little different. It's because there's many here to represent in the hallway of where a cavern is. So this
Right.
thing, and this if these are veins, they're extremely long. I'm gonna say with the 26, you get the feeling that you don't see ends anywhere.
Got it.
So, is it confirming? No, it's not confirming or denying. I think it's just giving the sort of sense that like I could be on something here, but we're not sure right now.
I
Cool.
feel like these things are either feeding or powering something farther in.
well, the only way to find out is to keep going.
I'm sorry. Did you say that they have like a flow? Is there like a flow to them or something? Or okay, and we're
They're just
following
going
that
in
flow,
one
we're going that
direction.
direction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. I need to make sure we're going to handle one more thing.
Gwen, that was a brilliant idea. I think that was a really smart thing that you pointed out there. That was,
Thanks. She's
yeah.
gonna give you a little look like, what is happening now? But then get distracted by something else.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. I think you do get distracted by, well, we'll see. Yori. You're a little bit further up ahead. You're hearing conversations kind of like looking back, but there's I think there is a little bit of a childlike interest of like, but the unknown is in front of me, right? So you rolled a 12. Give me a nature check. Or survival, actually. Give me a survival check.
Survival would be 23.
23. Jesus. Okay, great. With a 23, you're noticing that it's an extremely slow descent, but you're going down. And at this point, you are 23 is really good. I'm going to say you venture a guess that you are you haven't stopped going down from the beginning, but extremely slow pace. So I'd say at this point you're probably out maybe 10 feet below the ground, under the ground. So yeah, I mean, not. That's pretty much it that you notice now. It's there's a possibility it's going to swing back up. There's a possibility that there's you're going into sort of this like sort of deeper sort of underground cavern sort of thing, but that's something that I want to make sure that one of you knows. Nalani. With a 22, straight up, you notice the same thing. You notice that you're going downhill. You're paying more attention to the people, it sounds like, making sure that everybody's okay and everybody's kind of good. Give me... Give me an investigation check, I think, on Io.
That is an 11.
Cool. Io, low stakes. Give me a wisdom save.
Alrighty. And that ain't gonna be too bad. My save modifier for wisdom, that is a 14.
14. Cool. Nalani, it's slight, but it's something that you've never noticed before with Io. And you guys have gone on enough journeys that you feel like you probably would have seen it if it was something that like it's just a small tick as you see Io's hand is every once in a while doing this like kind of like this thing, like by itself. Not by itself. It like Io could be doing it. And she noticed that Io's never done that before. And I'm sorry, it's like kind of like this, so it's down like that because the hands are kind of down to its sides.
Io, how are you feeling?
I've been better, but I'm not gonna be a burden to everybody else. I just want to keep making my way through here.
That water was pretty cold. Are you, how are your hands feeling?
It wasn't exactly the water. It's more like, I don't think this place likes the book very much. And when I tried to use it for some research purposes, it might have let me know.
Do you need a rest or anything? I mean, I could talk to everybody else. I mean, I'm sure Gwen and Alistair would be happy to slow down a lot and take a look at these things.
Again, this place might be useful to all of us. I gotta make sure I can help out the best I can. Don't want to slow us down. I mean, we don't even really know what might happen if we linger here, if even the water's dangerous. I mean, you saw what it did to the little man.
Yeah. Hey Gwen, can you help take a look at Io and make sure he's okay over here? I think whatever happened with his book might have had a pretty big effect on him.
I'm fine. I'm doing all right.
Gwen would turn around and look at Io and
Give me a
Definitely.
medicine check.
say, "That's a natural 20, so 22."
Cool. Natural 20. Io says he's fine, and I would say, like, in the same way that if we are drawn to the idea that people are looking at us for that are actively looking at us, then we're trying to pay more attention to our bodies. So Io doesn't, you don't notice anything for a second. As Io is just kind of like staring at you and says, literally, "I'm fine." About maybe a solid 10 seconds go by before you see it as well. With a natural 20, it seems to take the place in more of what would be like known as like a myoclonic jerk. What you've seen before as like full like myoclonic jerks are like usually some sort of representation of something in the body is asleep.
I think Gwen would look at Io and say, I don't think it would slow us down too much if we rested here for a moment, gathered together the notes and the thoughts that we've had so far before we go any further.
We could also eat something. I'm kind of hungry, and we don't stop to eat all that often.
Gotta feed the 14-and-a-half-year-old.
That's not a bad idea. Honestly, we should have taken that thing and kind of grilled it up or something. Could have made something good with that meat.
And just between you and me, if we run into anything big, I won't be much help. So you could slow down.
I don't want to put y'all out on the way though.
Nalani's going to start to give Alistair like the eye look, like jump in here, and then quickly realize he's not going to catch that social cue and switch to Siobhan and be like something's wrong with Io. Kind of give her the nod.
I'm gonna say whoever you're looking at with that, because I love this, because I think above board. The issue could be a social cue with Alistair, but it also very much could also be a social cue of Nalani. Like Nalani's like trying to like Nalani's trying to like wink with two eyes. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. Siobhan, Siobhan, give me an insight check.
I've got a good bonus on that. A good thing I have a good bonus. That's 16.
16, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd say, Mitch, if you're on board with that, you notice, like, one, we should probably have, as a rogue, we should probably have a conversation of, like, what is secretive and what would mean something as body language, because Nalani's is a little off. But you do get the idea of what
I think though he probably has to double clutch it. Like he
yeah.
does like gives it, and then she like doesn't react fast enough, so he does something even more kind of awkward, like at Io, like.
She's like, he's gonna get his ass kicked in Dare's Wharf if he does that.
Yeah. It means something very different in Dare's Wharf. It's so good.
Yeah. Since she's the one that brought Io back up, she's gonna definitely look at him again and just say, yeah, we're gonna sit down and stop here. I think Yori almost got bitten in half by a giant lizard thing earlier, and you passed out after opening your book, so I think a quick rest in this controlled hallway, which we can manage and have a bit of an advantage here with only 2 avenues of approach, wouldn't be a bad idea.
I can't feel one of my toes, so
Let's
maybe
fix
we could
that.
warm it up.
That's okay. Yeah, that's a good point. You kind of went through a hard one too, little man. So
It's just cold.
It's more than cold, but okay.
I'd like to share some stuff out of my sketchbook with Alistair, if and I'm gonna move over towards Alistair and try to show him some of the notes that I've been taking in my book.
Okay.
Gwen is absolutely going to eavesdrop, push her way in on that unless she's shoved out of the way. So.
Okay, you got it. I'm gonna say for like Gutter, so interesting point of order here. Gutter will, when Yori says like, yeah, I can't feel my toes. Gutter will produce flame, and you see, I think as you guys are kind of like sharing notes and trying to figure out that, I think you see an immediate reaction from both Yori and Gutter as the flame is blue. And that seems to surprise Gutter. Still works as a normal flame. You still feel warm around them. So after a second, Gutter's like, and just pushes it into the center for like all of you to sort of like kind of move around and get warm.
Obviously, Nalani and whatever conversation we're gonna have, but any amount of time that I can spend with Gutter trying to just get some sort of like effective communication between us, whether it's like taking a stick and drawing on the ground, like just basic things, and giving it context. So if I were to say like run, he would know that meant run, or just something to try and develop. If it's for 40 minutes, 30 minutes, I don't care. But like in case of emergency.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Give me an insight check. Actually, low DC.
16.
Cool. 16. I just got a really bad deja vu all of a sudden. With a 16, you start to try to explain this to Gutter, who is. Let's role play this just for a second. So what do you do to kind of explain run?
Yeah, I think I'll just draw a stick figure. I mean, if Nalani is nearby, I assume he's with me. Maybe I grab the sketchbook and draw like a stick figure in like a half motion, and then try and create some sort of like motion lines around it and make it fast, and just keep like run over and over to him, trying to get the message across.
Give me that.
Yeah.
Give me that.
Run. No. Run.
Yeah.
Run. Run. Can you just run?
I think you see him like run as hard as he can up like against the wall and does like one of those like he rolled really well, so yeah, I think he's gonna do it. He's gonna do that like weird sort of like parkour thing where they run up against the wall and like backflip over it. You see him like surprised. He didn't know he could do that. Give it down. Give it down.
Yeah. So, yeah, but okay, you got that one. If I say run,
Give it.
you run.
Give it out.
Good.
Give it out.
How much do you understand of what I'm saying? I don't know if he's putting us on or not. Or he might be.
I think we need to be the ones to be learning his language.
Above board, I will tell you, it's good. Like with that, I will tell you, that's why I was trying to give you the thumbs up. He fully understands most of what you guys are asking. Like as far as like basic commands, things like that, he absolutely understands it. He just can't seem to recreate it or speak it or something. I would say if it was something that was like complicated, he would definitely have to roll to understand. But run, that's what the was like. Yeah, I run really fast.
So in that. Have you been this far before? The last
Keep
time?
out.
No. Okay. This is new. You haven't seen this. Okay. Everyone, I'm sorry that happened to you. Were they your family?
Shit. Roll me an animal handling check, please.
Oh goddamn! Why do you guys let me talk?
I don't know.
Because it's so fun to watch.
Yep.
It is a 10.
Okay, cool. You see him staring blankly at you.
Okay. Got it. We will be 100% respectful to this place and their memories. Got her. Yeah. Stay close to Yori.
Yeah, that's me. Damn. Cool. We'll say so. Nalani, you're past. Is there anything above board that like what is Nalani's intention with us?
I think Nalani's just trying to connect with Alistair and Gwyn in some sort of way. Like he obviously respects the fact that they are university students and he's a hick from the country, so his notes are rudimentary at best. Like I'm like if they look at the notes, they're gonna look like a second grader's notes compared to a college student's notes, and there's going to be some drawings and doodlings all over the side kind of thing. And so more like a small child looking up to a teenager kind of approach.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
Looking for
validation,
I don't know, approval, validation. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I love that. Awesome. Yeah, I think you guys picked that up. You also see that he's doing that in your book.
Yeah.
So your choice on how you handle that.
You have very good instincts, Nalani.
You guys, I did notice that this liquid or whatever this is above us is like seems to be flowing in this one direction, but you are aware we're headed downhill also. So is it like are these like veins? They remind me of like a newborn mouse, like a pinky mouse, and you can see the veins in it, but like is it pumping through there or is it just running downhill? Like I'm just like free flow talking, but not like trying to act like I have a hypothesis, but it's like I don't know about that kind of thing.
Right. Cool.
Is it visible? Is it like the flow visible without like Alistair's magic sight? Like to us, do we just see sort of glowing crystals, or is it only like with where if you can see the magic, you can see a kind of like flow direction to it?
Alistair's magic sight is actually off right now, so you all see this.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And I think it's like the illusion of direction, because like you said, it's not actually moving. There's nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, when you guys finished that puzzle, you did see something seem to glow in a direction forward.
Got
But
it.
yeah, just once. Yeah.
But it's not glowing now. It was just
It's
kind
not
of
glowing
like
now.
a activation.
It's like it is like subtly glowing, but it's not like glowing in a direction. Yeah.
I think Gwen would look at Nalani and go, I don't really know if we have enough information yet to know exactly what's happening. But it first gave me the sort of impression of tributaries leading to a river, leading to something bigger. So along those lines, I think whatever's happening is absolutely leading us to the center. What that center is, I don't know.
I honestly, Nalani, I don't think you're too far off. The more we talk about it, these things are magical, and if the amount of magic that is going through here is going to a single place, we're either going to find something or someone that has more power than all of us.
Easily. I mean,
Joe, I think you said something before, like, it seems like maybe these veins could be from several different, not creatures, but if we're using that metaphor, like it was more than just one system might have, correct? Like leading into
it's hard.
Something you said.
No, it's okay. I'd say it's hard to. I probably didn't say that in particular. I would say but to answer your question, I think it's hard to tell it's hard to tell the end of this, what I'll say again on this is that you don't see the ends of these. So if they are veins, you don't see the vein endings. So in that way, yeah, go ahead.
So we wouldn't know if they're coming from the same source. They could be coming from many sources to a central source because we can't see
It's possible
where they are. Okay.
Yeah, it's possible.
Possibility.
But you also notice that the sort of the currents, so to speak, seem to start to meld into each other the further down you go.
Okay.
Can anyone else make light? Or do something else that might have like a color to it? Do you guys notice Gutter's fire? Does anybody know why that would be blue instead of all his fire up before was red?
That's actually really cool.
So I have a torch.
Damn it.
Yeah, let's check a torch to compare it from non-magical to magical.
That's
I have a
brilliant,
torch.
Gwen.
Who's lighting the torch?
I'll light the torch.
Cool.
Let's go.
We're gonna say in general, as far as the idea of who's closest with each other, and you guys can tell me if this changes. So Alistair and Gwen. And I'll give it to Siobhan too. Yori, Alistair, and Gwen. Yori, you light the torch. I need a perception check from all of you. DC 20.
Jeez. Should I even
Guidance.
Natural 20.
roll? Oh,
No
good.
way.
The way, dude.
Natural
No
20.
freaking way.
Natural 20.
wow. And that's
Okay.
natural 20 today.
Unite.
Jeez.
For a
Got
24
18.
total.
Guidance can do it.
Yes.
That's a 4 on guidance. That's a.
Sorry, Joe.
No, and I love that. That's so amazing. My biggest problem is trying to figure out a way to reward a natural 20. Cool. You light the flame. The flame is blue. It immediately turns blue. There's not a second where it's like orange, yellow, or red. It's just it lights blue. As that happens, Alistair, I think you're closest to the wall. You hear this sort of sound, this like kind of like gushy sort of weird sound, and you quick look behind you, and you just happen to see it. There is what looked to be a sort of a blue, the same color. And for the record, the flames that we're talking about also are like the exact same shade of blue. It's not like a variation. It's just that light blue. You see a what looks to be like an eye in the wall had opened up, and you saw a pupil, but the pupil itself was like was a slit, like almost like a cat's eye sort of thing. But I'm gonna say with a natural 20 to it, you saw like a little bit of like a wiggle in front of it, and like it's a little slightly off. It's got this like weird kind of like vibe like this, and you saw it just kind of goes back in. Everybody who rolled above a 20 saw it. That's I'm gonna say with the natural 20s from Gwyn and Alistair. But this is fun. We're gonna flash back real quick. You're both in the classroom, and it's a beginner sort of like I think a beginner sort of like zoology of like, but it's also I don't know what you would actually call this class, because this is actually these are a race of people in a way. You thought there was a
bioanthropology.
Anthropology, yeah, let's say that. It's not your race, but it is like it's somewhere in between. Anthrozoology.
Love it. We're making some.
And this is like beginner studies. Alistair and Gwyn, both of you remember that there was like there was a certain point where like this felt like a blow-off class. Like this was intro too. You know what I mean? So there's realms of like I could make this class.
To what Alistair actually wanted to take.
It was a prerequisite. It's one of those things. As a freshman, you have to take it. Yes, everybody has to take it, no matter whether they're going into anthropology or not. You remember that there was a really fun and interesting sort of race of creatures that seemed odd and interesting as far as like what people know about them, what they're and you remember the picture in the book. And Gwyn and Alistair, you remember at the same time. I think you both look at each other because you either laughed or like pointed out like, man, what a crazy looking, like, you tell me, you fill in the blanks here. But you remember the label right underneath it, a Locatha, otherwise known as the fish people.
I feel, and I'm just going to make this up, you guys can yes and me, that we were in this class, Io was in a different one, and we both looked at each other that we need to show Io this. He would like it.
Yes.
And that's why we remember.
And Io doesn't remember because he didn't like it.
Yeah.
Like, he just,
entirely.
Yeah.
Like,
why are you showing me this? What does this have to do with me? What are you?
What are you?
Tiefling.
I feel like at the exact same time, out loud, Gwen and Alistair. Locatha. Yes.
Not this again.
No.
You didn't see Io for like a solid 3 days after that. Like, you guys are just like.
I love that. Yeah. Dan, I just want to say I love that. No, not this again.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Siobhan, you definitely saw it for the record with the 20. You also saw it just to, but yeah, you guys were closest to the wall when that happened. So you see it, and then it just came out. I'll say, Siobhan, to give you something a little bit new, it looked like it was looking at you. It wasn't like it was just randomly like coming in and out. It was like you're being watched.
She's going to position herself exactly centered to the group, making sure everyone was within 30 feet of her now, for sure.
Yeah. do we remember anything else about this? Like, was it described as a dangerous sort of race of creatures, or
Yeah,
Languages.
it's it's funny. They're yeah. Give me 1 second. Probably primordial, I would say.
oh, good.
But look, the Locathers are pretty weird. Like, there is they're heavily tribalistic, usually the ones that have been found, but they've also been found in different areas and been vastly different culturally. So for the record, like, you've seen ones that seem to be like kind of like, well, you read about ones that seem to be like more barbaric and seem to worship an extremely sort of like an extremely violent god that I think, Alistair, you don't even remember, and you're like, whatever, gods, whatever. And yeah, they, like, rudimentary, seem to be easily swayed, not very smart necessarily. But then there was also one that there was like a culture that was found that were like advanced beyond any other sort of creatures in their area. Both of these were found underwater, probably in like. I would say in this instance, to add some lore here, probably information that was shared by Honoria. So in their sort of excavation of expanding, sort of probably years and years back, expanding their sort of reaches in the realms of the underwater world. But in both cases, they determined not worth it. But the other places they found were extremely the opposite. Like, I think I'll roll for it. Let's give everything a chance. Okay, cool. They were at the level of Anorians in some way. Talking a completely different sort of version of primordial, but I would say within, you rolled a natural 20, so I'm giving you all this information. Within a few days or hours or so with talking with each other, they managed to be able to kind of understand and change their language to match theirs. And
But
then you
all of
close the
them-
book and go ahead.
I was just gonna say all of the societies, even the more barbaric ones, underwater.
Underwater. Yeah, I would say for the most part underwater. Yeah.
Okay. So I think Gwen would look at the rest and go, just so you know, we might be headed underwater. Nalani, you mentioned we were heading down, so we just
Well.
should be aware of that.
The good news is, I think I got y'all all covered. Just stand by me. I got a great idea just for that situation. However, hey Al, class, like kind of class Al on the shoulder, and then with the other hand, he's just kind of like as subtly as possible, he's kind of slipping him a note. It's just like, I'm expecting your help in figuring out this place too. If you guys need to go underwater, I can breathe underwater, I think. And at the very least, I can make sure you guys all will be able to move underwater without having to worry about air.
That will be useful.
I haven't tried, but I bet I can hold my breath for a long time.
You won't need to.
Give me an athletics check.
Okay. Oh, where are we?
Wait, who do you want to give you the athletics check?
I am
Io.
doing it.
Io
Cool.
is, yeah.
Wow, 15. That's not terrible.
15. Pretty good. You hit Alistair harder than you thought you would.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah. We're walking through here peacefully, just trying to figure out what's going on and escape the evil things outside. Just casually, peacefully.
So, do we still feel comfortable resting, or should we try and hurry up?
I think we should
I think
rest.
we're going to rest.
With
All right.
just, I mean,
Eyeballs in the wall are more of a. I'm not used to it, so I'm
yeah,
not.
do all
I don't know
7
how
or
to judge
8 or
that. Is it like
9
normal
or 10 of
dungeon
us?
stuff?
You guys share this information, right? So you all know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Gwen repeats what Alistair is saying in Primordial. We come in peace, basically.
Okay, you got it. No response.
Can Siobhan put her hand on the wall and try to use her emotion senses to see if there's any vibe
was
coming
thinking
from
that
the
earlier.
wall?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Vibe check the wall.
You want to
check
vibe
the
check the wall? What a crazy sentence. Yeah. As you do so, Clinton, check your DMs. So yes, I would say whatever we have you usually roll before,
25.
right?
I can roll a guidance for that if I want to. Let's say 28.
What did you roll for that?
We've done insight every time.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
That's why I have the proficiency in insight, yeah.
Love it. Yeah. Oh, weird. Cool. With a 28. I need to ask you specifically where you put your hand on the wall. Like, describe. Sorry, I'm going to say this. Do you? This is such a lead. This is such a leading question. So just be honest. I guess
I'm gonna put it
Would
on
you?
the glowing blue veins.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's where you go with that.
You got it. Cool.
Just put it on the veiny part of the wall.
Oh man,
I'm putting my hands on the veiny parts.
You got it. Put your hand on the veiny parts. Come
Just
on,
add something to
gang. Unbelievable. Okay. Siobhan, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I'm not good at that. Guidance is a minute of concentration, right?
I don't think guidance works for saving throws.
Not for saving throws.
Does
Okay,
not.
that's not great. That's an 11. Oh, but I have inspiration.
Yes, you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's an 11, because that was a natural 1 for my inspiration.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to describe what we see first, and then I'll describe what happens to you. Siobhan, how old is Siobhan?
She's guessing she's around like her late 20s. She doesn't know for sure, but changelings can look as young or old as they want.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. Cool. Yeah. Give me a. Let's say, give me roll 5. Roll me 3 d10s.
Oh no.
Oh goodness. Let me find my d10s. 2.
It's been 84 years.
It's been good knowing you guys. You guys still got Maeve, right?
Absolutely.
I don't know if I
Definitely.
want them to be high or not, because that's hard at math.
Would you like to know before you roll? I think you already rolled, though, right?
I already
It's too
rolled, so it doesn't matter. It's 10 plus 7, 17 plus 5, 23? 22.
23, cool. 22. Give me a guess on how old Siobhan is.
Let's say 20s, 28, because I'm 28. Let's go with that.
28. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Welcome to the adulthood as you gain. You said 22 or 23?
22.
22.
22. You all see Siobhan, and obviously Siobhan can update this, but Siobhan like ends up all of a sudden the hair that you see seems to go a little grayer, and you see like wrinkles start to appear a little bit more under the face as Siobhan you gain 23 years. As you do so, this is what you guys see. You just see like all of a sudden just wrinkles sort of start to form. Right, like the beautiful thing about a changeling, you can update that, you can change that. Siobhan, what you see is I'm gonna say there's so many flashes of things that you see as this vein itself is representative of what is at the center. You see so many things kind of like flash ahead of you. I would say there's got to be a roll for this to see how much you pick up. I think it's probably a perception check.
Can I ask above board? Because I
Yes.
looked it up, and there is no definitive answer. How long do changelings typically live? I've seen their lifespan can be like up to 200 years because of their Fey ancestry, and some people are like 50 years. It depends on the source book you're looking at.
Right, that's right. Yeah, I think it's probably closer to that 200 because of that Feywild, especially in your case because you were definitely linked to that Feywild sort of.
Well, I rolled another
space.
natural 1.
Cool.
God damn
Awesome.
it.
I mean, natural one. Man, I'll throw you a little bone here. You see, are we gonna make this just canon for Imea? You full on see what would be equivalent to a fantasy version of the Big Bang. You see the universe start to form. There's a sort of explosion. You see like stars and galaxies start to kind of push themselves out and expand at an extremely alarming rate, and you feel yourself being pulled forward into rushing faster than you've ever seen anything in your life as you're seeing these stars around you are moving as if they're just straight horizontal lines, and you are it slows down slightly as you see a weird blue marble that becomes closer and closer, and you can see green and pieces of land as you are immediately just sucked in. And you, with a natural 1, I'll say what the camera sees is that you seem to kind of come in right to this island from extremely far away. As far away as existence could be. But yeah, with a natural 1, the only thing that you could say is, I don't know what I saw.
Well, she
If
did
that makes
just
sense.
age 22 years in a second.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you roll higher to see the flat disc go flying out in every direction?
So I guess she puts her hands on the wall. You guys see her hair completely gray. Well, so we're saying she lives till she's 200, so...
Yeah.
Probably only a little gray.
Scale. So...
It could
You
be
don't see
basically
that much
whatever
of a
as a
change.
changeling. Like
Yeah.
you could, grow old till you're 80 and then stay at 80 for 120 years. It's,
Yeah,
it's
you can
really
adjust
what you
that.
decide.
You're
But
the
you have to
best
take-
person
You
to
have
have,
to
like,
take
yeah.
a conscious action to do that. It's a full action
Right.
chain. So, like, in this
Yes.
moment, you guys definitely see her age.
Right.
Cool. Yeah.
And then probably
Yeah.
drop to the ground, because 22 years probably takes it out of a person.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel your, this is none of this is happening mechanically. But I'd say you feel your, you feel every sort of part of you feels weaker somewhat, as if you are now on the, you are past your prime athletically.
So it's,
This is not
if
a
I-
shot at anyone here. These
no,
are
no, no. I'm
changelings.
just trying to scale it because 200 years, that would mean
Wait a
scaled, I'm
second.
only 25
That would be
years
like
old. So you're saying
10%.
25 years old. 25-year-olds are past their athletic prime.
It's
No. I was saying like because you said you were what 28,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean it's dependent upon the like you.
Yeah, and I don't really know how D&D aging works.
not every race has to scale exactly 1-to-1 with like human age
Right.
or something
Yeah.
like that. So it
That's
could be
fair.
different.
But it is something that I think like with like changelings become adults is the question, like where that comes in, and I do
It
think
says
that is
16. It says they come adults young.
Yeah.
Younger
so
than
so
humans.
further
Yeah.
proving my point. Like that's what I'm saying. Like there's that level of like you're able to exist longer, but you mature about the same as humans. So
And regardless, I'm
Yeah.
sure getting 22 years in one stint is probably takes
yeah,
Still-
it's
yeah, it
it's
takes it out of a
we
person.
don't feel, I feel as fit as I did at age 20, but I'm sure that's not true.
Oh, this is not
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. To be clear, I think I read on the thing there, Gwen, you did touch the wall. You do not have this power, this ability.
Yeah,
this is
no,
what,
that's-
this is what. Yeah.
It was mostly for Gwen's theorizing
Right.
what's happening.
Yeah. I will say, even with this, Siobhan, you feel that you did not get anything involving any sort of eye looking back at you.
Yeah, I think she's a little distracted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I really. This is a good spot to just sit for a little bit.
Maybe nobody touched the
I
wall
need a
for
minute.
little while.
I need a minute. I can't.
Are you
move
okay?
Right now.
You-
I don't
you look-
feel okay.
Yeah.
You look tired.
You just see Gutter come and go. Yeah.
Hey, stop that! You see him kind of swat
Do you
at Gutter.
Do you want a shawl or something? You look cold.
I can
Want some tea?
I can still stab you and heal you in this couple hours we're sitting here.
Okay.
Is
Like,
there
I think-
anything we can do to reverse this?
Reverse what?
Oh,
Gwen.
Gwen. I think you're the one to handle this.
I think Gwen is going to look at Siobhan. She's going to say, if our places were reversed, I would want somebody to be up front. You have aged significantly in the past 6 seconds. I'd say maybe 20 years older than you were. What
Sure.
what happened when you touched the wall?
I don't know.
Like truly hard to put in the words for the record. Like that's
Yeah. I don't know. I'm tired. My head hurts. Still from you guys hitting the wall earlier. So, yeah, maybe interacting with the wall bad. Should have seen that already.
Well, I touched it before, so it was probably either something has changed with the wall itself, which seems unlikely, or it was your ability, what you were trying to do.
She's going to try to
Or was
shift
it
back
trap?
to her younger self.
Yeah, I think, like you said, like I think it stings.
It looks a little painful.
Yeah,
Normally,
Oh, that's
there's supposed to be like fire that comes out of the ground or little arrows that shoot past. Not like sort of makes you get older. That's a weird trap.
welcome
While-
to a
while
Joe
you guys-
dungeon.
You guys probably didn't notice, but Nolani oozes water from his feet. No, Nolani's bent down and gotten a little bit of mud
Io.
off of the ground near Io, and he's holding it up on a finger. He's like, maybe this will help with the wrinkles. Like holding it out to Siobhan. Maybe like a mud mask.
I
Might.
think Gwen literally does this.
But you shifted back, right? That's
You
just
did
to be
shift
clear.
back, yeah.
And I'm contemplating using Word of Radiance on Nolani right now.
Yeah, Nolani actually like ends up putting it on your face, and you like wipe it off, and you're like, "See, look, you look great." As you just finish your shifting.
I think Io's literally at a loss for words, and he's just like,
I think it
Uh,
looks good both ways, but you look great. But we're all tired.
Yeah, so I'd say, mechanically
Go
speaking,
ahead.
if you guys want to take a short rest here, you can.
Well, I'm on the fence. Like, I'm fine doing that, but I feel like we need to agree that like that's a thing that we would do after these two things happen, and we would be like, okay, let's just sit here because it's
I
an hour.
still
Short
I
rest is
still
like an
think
hour.
yes, though. We have Io with 4 hit points. If we
6.
keep going, that's gonna
Sure,
go down
yeah, there's
fast.
definitely balance that.
I
yeah.
have. I think Gwen would say I can. What we could do is I could send Houston ahead of us a little ways to just sort of scope out what's coming ahead and report back, just so that we have an idea. Won't send him too far.
Cool.
Okay, let's.
Above
Let's,
table, I can also. I mean, listen, I can do tiny hut one time. I haven't used it today. That's a full 8 hours, but that's a full 8 hours. So
I don't.
I can still leave it up for just an hour. That's fine too.
I think we're good just staying here, like, grabbing something to eat like you were going to. If you, yeah, we could scout and then let's just not touch anything. And then if something else happens, then I think we have to go. But maybe we could at least try to rest for the next, little bit until my toes warm up and maybe Io catches his breath.
Cool. Yeah. So if you guys, go ahead.
Has he continued with the twitchy hand?
probably since we haven't actually rested
yeah.
yet.
Yeah.
Would it be possible? I mean, is there enough room that we could all since I don't think anyone wants to rest on the wall, like lean on the wall. Could we all be leaning back on each other, sort of looking in each direction, kind of in that way that
Yeah,
we're all
Yeah, absolutely.
Great
of what's
idea.
here, but kind of okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's
I'd say
what I would
that. So
suggest.
the hallway currently right now is I would be sitting probably at maybe the 35 feet wide. So yeah, so I think back to back. Absolutely, you can make it work.
Like in the dead center
I mean,
of the
if
hallway.
I put up
back
tiny
to
hut,
back.
that's pretty much how we have to sleep anyways.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Right.
or rest.
Yeah.
Little cuddle pile.
Little cuddle pile. You see, you see, whatever it is, bonfire, whatever the cantrip version of that is. You see that it's kind of lit in the middle. Every once in a while, you guys have to shift your backs away from it. But yeah, cool. So we'll say a full hour. Gwyn, please roll me. You're gonna release Houston. Cool. Roll me a luck check first.
These dice feel lucky. Straight in the middle. 10.
Okay, cool. And then give me a perception check for Houston.
He is still an owl. Hope he gets advantage. That is really good. 17.
17.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Cool. With a 17, how far can Houston go?
I can
From you?
see through his senses. Let me go back to that spell. I think it's up to a mile or something.
Oh, okay.
So when he's within 100 feet of me, we can communicate telepathically. Past 100 feet, I can still see through his senses, and I can, I've told him, come back the first sign of any movement, anything like that.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very useful. So we'll say about 50 feet forward with a 17. About 50 feet forward, you see that there is the cavern itself seems to kind of move closer together. So say about maybe 20 feet before you see it break off. You see that there's actually there are now two options, and like I said, is about 50 feet away from your current position, so you still could direct Houston if you would like. There are two paths. There's a path that looks like it is leading up with some very weird, like kind of like crumbly, rudimentary looking staircase, and there's a path looking down. That path is relatively straight, about as straight as what you guys have seen before, as far as the ground goes. But it seems to go down at a sharper angle. No issues really mechanically. I'd say like disadvantage on stuff if you had to run back up, but nothing,
I think I would have him go to the top of the stairs, have a look, and then come back down to the
Top of the
branching path.
stairs.
Top of the
Okay.
stairs first.
Give me a. Second. Okay. Give me a stealth check. Pretty high.
13.
13. Okay. So top of the stairs, it seems like it actually leads pretty, like it's a very steep climb going up, even with the stairs there. So for the record, he would be going. He'd have to be going about 80 feet up. So if you,
Yeah, she
retcon-wise,
gave
if
him
you-
the directions to go to the top of the stairs and then come back down after he took a peek. So even if it was beyond the telepathic range.
You got it. Okay, awesome. Great. Give me a Constitution saving throw for Houston with disadvantage.
Of course. He's probably going to be gone. Yeah, that's going to be 0.
Okay, cool. You are still seeing Houston through Houston's sight, correct?
Correct.
Okay, awesome. Please give me a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Interesting. Okay. For Gwen, that'll be okay, because you said advantage, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I rolled a 19, so whatever my
19.
plus is,
Cool.
which is a 1, so 20.
Sweet. So this is not strictly by the book how it works, but I do think there should be some negative effect of what
Oh.
you're witnessing.
Love it.
Yeah, you see at the top of the stairs. I guess you know what? Give me a perception check, I guess.
Okay.
I'd say I'd say with disadvantage because of the effects of what's going to happen here.
Sure. So would that be a straight roll for Houston since he typically gets advantage?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to roll again because I rolled them at the same time.
Okay.
That's going to just be an 8.
An 8. Okay, cool. You see Houston. Houston sees a like sliver of light as he travels. As he travels upward and as he continues to go. I think I said 80, but it's probably closer to 100, maybe 120. As he's traveling up, and he sees the light kind of gets brighter and brighter and brighter as he starts to hear the natural sort of sound of the forest. As he gets closer and happens to see like a very small slit in what looks to be like a room. But what he's concentrating on is the light that is shining through the slit that is representing outside, and then sees a pair of bright yellow eyes looking back at him, and you lose connection immediately. And you feel yourself like all of a sudden, like for a second, you get a like slight headache. You're able to make through the roll, but Houston does not.
Okay, well. We may have company up ahead, though. At the top of the stairs. There's stairs, by the way.
So we should
There's the-
definitely rest before we meet our company.
I think so.
The stairs go down or up?
The stairs go up, and then there's another path that goes down steeply. Two
So why not
choices.
just
All right.
go the other path?
I didn't see an. I think up leads out because he saw light. and
Specifically,
sound
you
before.
saw I hate to use this reference to break immersion, but like almost like Civil War bunker level,
Sure.
or World War II bunker, excuse me.
Yeah.
Like it was just a straight line for the most part. Like yeah.
Yeah. We didn't get a chance to see what was down.
I think we should go down.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just give me 10 minutes, I'll put up tiny hut and we rest.
I feel like we already did a short rest, didn't we?
Yeah,
We
I would
only
allow
did
that
for
to be a
an
short
hour,
rest.
So yeah.
Okay, I just
Yep.
I think
Yeah. So you guys want to mechanically do the short rest stuff?
Yes.
Io, give me a wisdom save.
Oh boy.
Okay. And that's a plus
I'm gonna say you
1.
have advantage.
Oh, great. I'm glad I didn't already roll. Oh. That's 12.
Okay. Cool. Where's the shell?
The shell is always in like the folds of my robe up like by my chest.
Okay. You feel a weird sort of like shudder kind of go through your body. And you feel as soon as it comes in, it seems to go away, but it seems to go towards like kind of like towards your hip, where the shell is.
I think noticing that, I probably take the shell out, even though it's glowing. I mean, I feel it, so.
It is glowing. You take it out and you see it's glowing green.
What the hell? Hey, Al, Gwen, remember how the shell turned blue? It ain't blue no more.
Give me an insight check on yourself.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, shoot. Almost dropped my die. 14.
14. It felt like the shell took something that was meant for you.
Hmm. Okay.
Is it like a sickly green or like
And
a...
The same green that you saw originally.
Question.
But,
And
yeah, like it.
It went
it
back to
would
its
take that
normal
hit for you.
color.
And when you say took something, it's almost like it was the guy taking the bullet for the hostage kind of situation.
It's tricky because you rolled a 14.
Okay.
Is Io's hand still twitching?
Has anyone mentioned to Io that his hand was twitching above board?
I don't think we have.
No?
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah, about anywhere between 12 to 20 seconds. There's no pattern to it. You see Io's hand kind of twitch.
Okay, so it's not the same pattern that the shell used to like pulse.
So I was thinking.
It is not correct.
Okay.
Oh, another question. Did anyone ever mention to IL that Gutter's seen the book before, or would that have been something he would have connected?
I think you were sitting there because you were down and I had Gutter in my lap after I brought you up. So you were sitting right there while I figured all that out with Gutter. So I would say you would have heard that.
Does he
Oh,
look
yeah,
rested? Does Nolani look rested in any way?
I don't know,
Io?
Nolani, do you?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
Nolani.
Io. Does Io? I'm
I
sorry.
don't know how
guys.
you live. I don't know.
I don't know. Does
He calls
does
everybody
I'll
Io
say
look
I'll say
rested?
Siobhan does not. Siobhan feels like we need a little bit more beauty sleep. Like it's
Guys,
you know,
I'm going to
it's-
need at least 8 to 9 hours a night now. No less.
God, isn't that the truth?
Maybe we should touch it again, get another 20 years, and then you'll only need like 4. Because my grandmother does not sleep
Just lean
8 or
into
9
it.
hours.
That's true. Yeah, it's one or the other.
Yeah. Between 50
Yeah,
and
but
70,
then she'll
she
be
goes 8 to
peeing
9.
all the time.
That's true.
We have a
God.
couple centuries here. I am not that old.
You want some knitting needles and
Everybody who's watching at home, D&D Beyond, we can discuss incontinence. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, Io, for the record, you did like feel the full effects of a short rest.
Yeah. So yeah, he looks rested, I would say.
Okay.
Is anybody gonna tell him about his hand?
Yeah, Io, your hand. You've been twitching for a while now. You haven't noticed?
Not exactly. I've been really trying to figure this place out, but this might be weird. I think I'm the reason the shell's not blue anymore.
Okay, but your hand. It's what's.
I think it's connected. I think this place doesn't like me.
It
Well.
definitely doesn't like me.
Let's not like it back.
Well, before we get all into that, maybe it's more it doesn't like your book, and the connection to the book.
Yeah, I mean, but I can't really sever that right now, so,
What I just said sent to you out, now roll with disadvantage.
Oh, okay. Let me roll again.
Never mind. That tells me plenty. Io, where's your book?
Oh, I left it with
Alistair
Alistair,
has
and
it.
I said he could. I said I trusted him to hold it.
You're not sure if he has it on him right now. You don't see it on him.
Hey man, do you have my book?
Yeah, I do.
You don't see it.
Can you show it to me, please?
It's in my bag, Io.
I
But
need you to show it to me, please.
absolutely. But just as a reminder, the last time you opened it, you went unconscious.
I know.
We-
I won't open it. I just need to see it.
I tell you what, I will. I'm gonna right now. I'm gonna pull it out. Yori, do you have like do you still have that red leather cord I gave you?
Yeah, it's right here. I kind of always have it wrapped around my wrist. You like it?
Deep breaths.
Yeah,
Sure.
Deep breaths.
great. And so as I'll pulling it
know
out
this
right
is not
now.
on purpose. I know this is not
Nope.
on purpose.
Listen, and then I've got it, and here it is. Look, it's right here, and I'll have it sitting on the coat but open, and then I'll take the cord.
I'm moving
and
next
just-
to Alistair.
I'm just gonna wrap the cord around. the
Nalani's
book.
gripping his bow tighter.
Hey,
I
nay.
I think Gwen
okay.
would take the string from Alistair with Mage Hand and use Mage Hand to tie the book up as he's holding it with the coat
For security purposes,
for
right?
security purposes.
Okay.
Nobody
Yeah.
actually touches the book.
Hey,
Yeah. It's just
I think you guys should give him his book back.
I think I
Nalani,
should
we're
take
getting
it
the book back. Wait, this we're just I'm not.
Um,
He can have the book. We're just making sure it doesn't open on accident. If he were to trip
Yeah.
and fall, and the book fell out, that would be.
I will say,
Hey.
above board, Io, at this point, you see your book and what you sent to me.
Mhm.
You do start to calm down slightly.
Okay. All right. Here's the thing. What I want you to do is I want you to keep holding the book right now. I don't trust myself with it, but I don't know if that'll be good for me and by extension good for us. So I'm thinking I should take it back. Does this sound like a good idea to everyone or a bad idea to everyone?
Is his hand still twitching now that he sees the book?
A lot.
More than before?
Hmm.
I think you're having withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah, I get that. That
And they can
doesn't-
be dangerous. So I think your call.
I think I should take it.
It's probably not the greatest time to go through the whole process of that. So, but
Yeah.
You can
keep
you
it
can
tied up.
absolutely, yeah, you can absolutely have it. Let's just finish. Gwen just finishing tying it off. Just as a reminder, this is this cord kind of represents a deity, Ilmater. So you have Ilmater there to help you. I'm sure Siobhan and Yori, if you guys have anything that you think would be
I think
useful
at this point, he's gently pressed his hand on the book. He's letting him continue to talk and whatnot, but he's kind of forcing that physical touch, kind of there.
Cool. I'm gonna say we'll kind of finish this thought on this with a insight check with advantage on yourself.
Okay. And that insight check's an 18.
You have a problem.
Mm.
When they said like withdrawal symptoms, that sort of thing, nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a problem.
Gotcha.
Hey, Io, you've got this. We all trust you. If there's something going on with the book that we need to deal with, we'll deal with it. Probably not the best time to deal with it here.
No, I
think-
I know.
There's a whole mood going on, and there was an eye and a lot of bad stuff. And I feel like we should remember that, like, we're in here because we wanted to come in here and explore a ruin. And if we need to leave, we should leave. But if we're going to continue, we should, we're strong and we're a group and we can do this. So if we're going to keep going, let's go get it done and find out what's here and then get out. But if everybody's really worried, then we should back out. But I still trust that we can do this.
No, I think we need to keep going in here. Honestly, if this place doesn't like this thing, all the more reason to research it.
Yeah.
I'm that's why I didn't want to leave myself. I'm on board. It's just this is getting it's getting scary. But I think we got it. I think you're right. By the way, guys, thank you. I do greatly appreciate it. Not in the habit of being vulnerable and whatnot. But yeah, thanks.
You see, there's a lot of things that I just rolled a 19, by the way. There's a lot of things that seem to clearly, in conversation that you guys are having around, that seem to go over Gutter's head. While Nalani, while you were holding onto your bow tightly, Gutter also moved closer to Alistair and had his arm on his sling. He was eyeing you as you were eyeing Io. Like there was a sort of a level of like, Gutter does not trust the book, but with a 19, hearing what you were saying, you see Gutter kind of like walk up to you, and it's kind of like having to look straight up at you. And just taps you on the leg. Just gives you a nod.
Gives me a nod, right?
Mm-hmm. He seems, it's the first, I mean, you guys have seen Gutter scared and like cornered. You've seen him ridiculously happy. You've seen him like in a fight, like things like that. This is equivalent to what you saw with Gutter. I'd say in the previous room. Yeah. So I'm going to say as a DM, we're going to probably want to move forward. But yeah, so all that happens. My plan was to actually have that happen as you guys are moving along, so this works out great. Cool. Anything
Real
else before we
quick,
go? Yeah.
Yeah, because we've been discussing biology a lot tonight. Um, I've got to take some and see what you let me do here. But I would, as he's taking the book back, I'm gonna grab Io's arm, or just touch it and cast Gift of Alacrity on him, as a form of D&D Ritalin, since it kind of speeds it up and helps him focus a little bit more on the task at hand instead of his other crushing issues he needs to deal with.
It's usually
Cool.
when you're going through withdrawals, you want other drugs. I feel like
Yeah.
that's the way to deal with it. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. I was gonna put this in the Discord, obviously, but we're dealing with some touchy subject stuff. So just for the record, X card at any point in time. But yeah. So that is. Yeah, I think there's there were some suspicions. You felt like there was something that just wasn't really quite right with yourself in this whole time since you've had the book. It was up until this moment that you really kind of recognized, like, it's up to you how you look at this, but at this moment right now, I do think Io looks at this as more of a burden than a power. It's shifting your wants, your needs, in a way that doesn't help you at all and isn't you. But you move forward. So do you tie it to your arm? Is that what you said?
Oh no, I'm just leaving it tied up. I was holding on to it as he was tying it because I was getting to the point where I just could not stand not holding it. At
Okay.
the very least.
Yeah. Are you still holding on to like the rope? Like, tell me.
I think now, if Al is done with everything and has handed it back to me, I've probably moved to put it back in my pack.
Okay.
I think
Cool.
there was a little bit of a, just kind of like fiddling with it or something, but yeah.
Yeah. You actually feel like so the it's I imagine it kind of almost in the way of like this is so dumb, but the Harry Potter like Book of Monsters, like you have a belt buckle essentially on it, but you feel yourself like kind of like flicking the pages as you're putting it in your bag. Okay, cool, and we move forward. So I'm gonna say pushing a little bit forward through time here. You guys already kind of saw what was up ahead, so we push to that moment where we see a separation where there's these sort of rudimentary sort of stairs that are very it would still require mechanically some checks to be able to kind of get up the stairs there. It's there. It's kind of like helping you to kind of keep your you imagine that would be a difficult journey. But and then going down, it does look like it's going steeper down, meaning that there would be probably checks to come back up. But and is like kind of smoothed out. But I'd say if it's been, by the time you guys get to here, you guys are whoever rolled crazy high. I think it was Nalani, but it might have been actually whatever. You guys are probably closer to like maybe 25 feet underground now at this point, and then you looking at that, you recognize like it's going to go exponentially lower. You're going into the ground, almost. So yeah, which way do you guys go?
The blue ores, the veins of that, do they only go down, or do they
Good
also
question.
go up?
Yes, they do. They only go down.
Yeah. We go down, I think.
Yeah, there's no question then. If we're following those.
I feel like Gwen and Alistair kind of just like don't even look at each other, but at the same time just start heading down.
Cool. You got it.
Out of the corner of our eyes, do we catch a stone cat's tail?
No, you're very far from that, from Houston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Houston was like, from your current position, was about 120 feet up the stairs.
Okay.
Yeah. But cool. All right. So assuming the same marching order here, Io and Nalani, roll me a perception check as you guys go down.
10.
22.
22. Io. You're having a lot on your mind. There's a lot of like stuff sort of going on, and you just hesitate for a second as you try to join your friends down this, kind of a little bit of treacherous sort of path. And as you take a moment to kind of like look around your surroundings, you see that eye comes up and doesn't look away, just looks at you. And then comes back down.
Hey, Gwen. Our little fish friends are around. I know your first peace offering didn't work, or didn't necessarily get a response, but...
I'll say Gwen is probably about, at this point, maybe 15 feet down from you.
Gotcha.
So she would have to come back up. Because like Nalani is after you, like Gutter and Nalani are both after you, so I think they're still here. But I think everyone in front of you is on their way down. And it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like equivalent to like a playground slide like level of like trickiness, but it would be difficult. You feel like you're separated right now in this moment.
Knowing that, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that, I'm going to basically change that out. I'm going to inform Nanani about what's up, just, hey, be aware of our surroundings, but then I'm going to telepathically say to Gwen,
cool,
hey, be aware that our friends are watching us still.
Got it. Cool. Awesome. And do the rest of you descend down?
Yeah, Yori will have unslung his maul at this point, just holding it kind of in one hand, choked up kind of towards the head of it, just as he walks.
Cool. As you guys are walking down, and like occasionally, like especially for like Gwen, I think like occasionally like slipping on like loose dirt and like having to catch the person in front of you, and like having to like grab Alistair, who now has to grab to the wall, and like like there's that sort of like level on maybe like an RP standpoint, but mechanically there's nothing. It's just like I think it's equivalent to like seeing like a pond and like having to walk down to the pond sort of thing. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Yep.
So you guys continue downward, and you see once again, like Alistair, as you're watching the veins themselves, you actually see little holes, about maybe this big around, that are not perfectly like circular, but pretty substantial. And you see that there's other sort of parts of these veins that seem to like be like thicker, that is joining around this spot here. So they're on your like left and your right as you pass by.
By holes, do you mean like holes actually into the wall, like recesses?
Yes, actually like truly like beehive almost holes.
Like if we were in an Indiana Jones movie, you would not want to put your hands in them.
You would not want to put your hands in there. Yeah. Also, like you see the current, like in most cases it would be just above it, that ore sort of vein seems to come out of it.
I get you.
Yeah. So say as you guys are kind of continuing down this moment, you see that it actually kind of opens up into a extremely large cavern. Keeping this sort of like perception check sort of going at this point, to travel down this far, you guys are probably closer to being like 100, maybe 120 feet below the surface now. And this cavern is massive. It's in the general sort of shape of like a full orb of the space itself. And what you see ahead of you is this kind of cracked sort of platform that pushes up to nothing, like a cliffside, actually, really, in a lot of ways. And you see right in front of you is this odd like it looks like a water droplet, but it's about the size of a person. It's about the size of Nalani, we'll say. Fully round, very clear, like translucent. Not like the water that you saw before. And you see there's one directly in front of you, like about, say like walking up to the platform, it would be just over the edge. And then you see in varying sort of degrees, every 10 or 15 feet or so is another one, and another one, and another one. You see, looking across, you see there are 6 of these. And you see almost like mirror image to the other side. You see a version of the same cliff on the other side and a door. As we'll say, as Alistair probably walks up closer to this drop, looking at it, Alistair, you look down and you happen to like move your cane just slightly so that there's a little pebble that like as you see below you, about maybe 40 feet down, but like a direct drop, is this large cracked cavern, almost like seemingly completely flat, that has these like they're not blue cracks, they're actually just true like cracks in the rocks that are formed around this area. But what's interesting is that there is like blue glass that seems to be present in this large sort of circle, about 40 feet down. And you see there is, actually I'm going to say for this part, as you guys are all kind of probably like, you motion everybody to kind of like look over the edge in here. And this part here, give me a, no, I'll just give it to you because you're going to eventually see it. You see that there is a black sort of like line, almost seems like a shadow. Maybe it's the cliffside, you're not sure. That seems to kind of like block out from the bottom to the center of this. But from your perspective, it very much looks like a giant eye. So, stone bottom, 40 feet below. Blue glass at the bottom. All cracked and splintered off. And whether it's the shadow or not, it seems to have this sort of representation of an eye looking up at you. As you guys contemplate what you're going to do, we're going to take this moment to take our 10-minute break. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
All right. All right.
And we are back. Say just whenever you're ready, you can try one more time, but yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, it might be rough. Might be really rough.
That wasn't bad. So we'll
Okay,
kind of
well,
deal with that.
I'll try it. Keep myself muted and just, unmute. I have to
Yeah.
do some stuff.
No worries. Okay, cool. Sorry, I turned it down a little bit. It seemed like a little loud. Okay, as you all are looking at this scene in front of you, this platform kind of stretches out a little bit to, I'd say, the platform itself, like to the edge, is probably closer to about 30 feet, but you guys can actually like spread out if you would like. So there's plenty of room here to move around at the edge here. But what would you guys like to do?
There it goes. Sorry. I was trying to get off mute and I kept remuting myself. So there's 6 teardrops on the wall, or I'm sorry, teardrops, but like water-shaped drops.
Yeah, I mean, like they essentially look like teardrops the size of you, right? And there's 6 of them, and they're spread out in various ranges and like heights as well. From we'll say the first one's 10. We'll say 10, 15, 10, 15 to make it simplified. So 10, 15, 10, 15, 10, 15 is 30, 45, 60, 75.
105.
105?
So,
I believe you. Let's call it an even 100,
okay.
just in case you guys want to do something crazy.
Positioned on the wall,
3 15s and 3 10s would be 75.
are they similar in pattern to where we moved the statues above?
No, they're like in a small, like kind of like almost like on a wavy line between
Across
from
the
one
cavern,
side
right?
to the next.
Okay.
Yeah, almost like a bridge in a way.
The first one, is it accessible from the edge of the cliff? Could you reach out and touch it? Now that I'm reaching out and
Yes.
touching it, is it that
Yep.
close?
Yes.
Does it appear hollow on the inside? Or
Yeah,
is it actually
completely.
like water?
Yeah, completely translucent. Like you don't see it moving. It's perfectly still, but it is like it has this like almost glass like translucence.
Can I send Mage Hand out to like touch it and go through it?
Yeah, cool. You send Mage Hand. Mage Hand seems to kind of pass through it. No effect at all.
Mage Hand can't go through solid objects.
Yes, this is not necessarily a solid object.
Yeah. Does it part like water depths, or does it like close behind it?
Say that one more time.
Is it like part like water windows when you reach out and go around it? Or is it closed?
I would say, like, given the idea that Mage Hand like reacts to the physical objects of things, I will say you probably see it kind of like go in and push against like a surface tension of water, and then goes in.
What's on the other side of the cavern? Do we see anything other side of this?
Other side seems to be almost like a mirror image of the same thing.
So another 6 teardrops.
No, sorry, 3 on one side, 3 on the other.
Okay, got it. And then this platform that we are on, what is it? Is it like a column of stone, or like a wooden bridge, or planks?
Yeah, it's a. I would say it's a good question. I think it doesn't look unnatural. Like it's like almost like it would kind of like look like more like a natural cliff, like kind of hanging over. It's not like there's no like construction made that like shows any signs of anything other than just a natural looking cave, which this isn't necessarily just that, but yeah.
And in this large cavernous space, does sound seem to travel normally? Like echoes are coming back, as I would expect an echo to come back.
Cool. Your audio just did a weird thing, but I did hear you in that. would you like to try?
Yes, I would like to loudly stamp my cane into the ground.
Cool. You got it. You hear it echo. You actually even see, like, at that point, because that I would say at least that closest sort of water droplet to you kind of ripples in the response. It's just that sound. And it travels down. As it comes down, the area where that center sort of almost shadow looking spot, you see a creature kind of pull its hand out, pull to the side, come out, pull itself up. It looks, you see eyes that are just jet black. There are what look like almost dreads, but they're really like, they almost seem like kind of like tentacle more like, that kind of go straight back. You see its body, like fairly humanoid, pulls itself out, and then you see there's like a short, like sort of stub of a tail, and looks around. And then another comes out, and another, and another.
I may have knocked on their door.
I'll say this. So, Alistair, I think you're like, let's say, for the sake of simplicity in this case, you're the closest. You're like the closest out to the end of this cliff, and you're the one that made that sound. Roll me a stealth check.
Whatever it is, it's not going to be good. 6.
Cool. You see them kind of like looking around. They make this sort of weird, sort of like chittering like sound, and then they spot you, or one spots you, hits the other one. The other one kind of like looks up. They have this weird sort of hissing. You see their mouth kind of open from the sides, as you see these like weird sort of like tentacle-like things kind of come out. They're looking up at you, but they are not moving towards you. Now, keep in mind, they are 40 feet below you, too.
Do you think they're friendly?
I don't. Are the cliffs or the wall? If they were to come up here, is it a sheer climb, or is it like is it climbable by an average person?
No, not an average person. It's pretty high up and it's pretty tricky. Like, it's natural walls, but you also notice they don't seem to be trying to do that.
Right.
So
they do seem to kind of spread out to you, and they're all kind of like looking at you and just kind of like waiting.
There's 2 of them?
There's 4.
1, 2. There's 4 of them. Okay.
Yep.
And then
Jess, we're not hearing you. Sorry. No, we could hear you're trying. It's just like it's buzzing out.
It's probably Chris. If you have that on, is canceling out too much at the same time, and yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Just real quick then. So, and I'm sorry because I often lose focus on how things look.
You're okay.
So there's a pit with like the shadow kind of looks like an eye in the middle of it, right? That's the kind of thing we got the
it kind of like looks like the pupil of it. Yeah, like as if it's an eye. It's kind of looking down.
The whole thing was an eye. That was kind of the pupil or whatever. Kind of. And then 6 teardrops about the size of people, and that's are there like 3 on one side and 3 on the other, or is it okay? And
I'd say that they're roughly evenly.
You said like 10. Yeah. Okay. And is the whole thing a circle around the outside of that pit? Like we could walk to each one of those, or would we have to cross over the pit to get to like some of the other ones?
You'd have to. So the platform itself, there's no platform around. I mean, you guys could try to kind of climb around, but just for the record, and we'll simplify this. So if it's 100 feet in diameter, someone wants to do that math, circumference would be more, obviously. Listen, I'm doing this on a laptop. I'm used to having like 3 screens out. I have one and then an iPad that has 6 battery left.
I checked that math with several scientists, and they said it checks out.
They all said
Yes,
more,
it is
right?
more.
They all said more.
Yes,
It is
it is
definitely
more.
more.
That's correct. Yes. Okay.
I think Nalani kind of senses the danger and senses that Gwyn would want him to shoot these creatures, so he kind of raises his bow and looks at Alistair like, are we shooting these things?
It's not coming at you, Nalani. So no. Sorry, real quick. So only one of you said I saw this. One of those teardrops rippled, right?
Yeah, like the one closest to you just kind of, and I would say that's just like the idea of like the sound immediately kind of like reverberating off effect.
Okay, all right. It didn't physically like change on the wall.
Nothing about nothing about these teardrops themselves look different than each other.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If that helps.
Following what just I am, that's actually not a bad idea. Io's going to try and see if he can use detect thoughts in the creatures.
How close is that to be?
Let me see, because I was just about to ask that, because I was going to see which one is closest to him, or to us rather. I think Gwen's right, but I want to be certain. Detect thoughts. There you are. 30 feet. So, here's all right. Let's get fun with it. Hey, Al, that disc spell. Can you make one for me? Float me about 10 feet down. I'm gonna try and see if I can.
No.
Not a good idea.
No, it's 3 feet off the ground.
Oh.
Also,
It's not how that works, right?
No.
it follows you.
I mean, I could tie a rope around your waist and throw you off this thing and dangle you.
Well, I was thinking
No.
So many
along
good
the lines
ideas.
of tying ropes to people. I'm
No.
pretty athletic, and I can Misty step out. I could just take a rope and jump between these little teardrops and use pitons to tie off a little rope bridge for everyone to get across.
No.
Hey, Alistair, do you have an idea
What is
you'd
your
like
suggestion
to share?
other than no?
I mean, I kind of want to know what these guys' whole deal is. I mean,
I'm gonna say I roll an insight check.
Okay, yeah. Oh,
Real quick, any
really?
chance you hear me now?
It's pretty rough. It's hard to. Yeah, the crowd's pretty loud. Sorry.
Tell Redcoat to keep it down.
Specifically Redcoat.
Also, it's a long story TTRPG on YouTube, Twitch.
Like, subscribe.
Subscribe.
Look, they're all going to watch it now.
Oh, perfect.
Nice.
Awesome. Thanks, Jess. You're the best.
I really hate my dice right now. This is the one I did not want to get a nat 1 on.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of look like you in a weird way. They're if I didn't mention this before, I apologize. They're like a cold blue. It's like a cold grayish sort of blue. They don't perfectly match your skin tone or anything like that. They are definitely probably a little taller than you, maybe closer to like 6 feet.
But I was 6'2" actually.
Oh, so great. Okay, yeah. So they're about your size. You're wondering like that could be
family.
I mean, it could be family.
Yeah.
Can I just go over to the closest teardrop and like examine it? I just want to take a closer look at it, kind of see what's going on with it, see what I can see there.
Sure, absolutely. Roll me your choice. What are you trying to find out about it? Just like physical stuff, or just to see if you're able to kind of see
if
there's something
I'm
beyond.
gonna straight touch it because that's what Yori would do.
Yeah,
and he's just gonna try and do something with it. Not like smash it, but like
if he touches it a little bit, like I'm sure he's cautious,
Yori,
but he's
can
not
you please
like,
tie
not touching it
yourself
at
to
all,
the end of
so.
this rope in case you pass
can
out so I can
fly.
catch you? Well, if you pass out, you can't fly. Tie yourself to a
that.
rope.
It's your
And I'll hold on
Evan.
together.
Evan, I trust you. If you think Yori would not have done that, it's
think-
your call.
I might go back and do that after the initial check, because I think
Sure.
he would have done that, and as you're saying that, he would have been doing the thing, and then,
Right, and like, oh yeah,
heard
okay,
it
cool, I'll
and
do that.
Not
Yeah,
interrupted himself, and then come back afterwards. Yeah.
awesome.
All right,
Cool.
Mom.
Yeah, you stick your hand in, turn around to look at, and say, "Okay, Mom," and you fully get sucked in.
Great.
As you do so, you all see what you all see is Yori kind of trapped in this bubble. Yori, for a good solid, second, you're like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna drown! Like this is water." I say it's up to you if you try to breathe. But this moment, you see something else materializes in front of you. You see a figure that looks only maybe slightly shorter than you. Red hair, small boyish face. You see, not wearing the same armor as you. Maybe a maul on your back, but I'd say probably like dressed in more like the maybe like furs. Where do you come from? You hear yourself ask you.
I think he holds his breath for a little while, not trusting, and then he tries to speak. And I think perhaps as he speaks, he takes a little bit of breath in that. So if he finds he can breathe at that point, but otherwise, yeah. So
yeah, you choke for a second as that.
Yeah,
you feel you can breathe.
Can I still see everything outside of this area, or am I in a totally kind of different space?
It's truly how you imagine you probably look at, like, if you were in like a glass ball. Like everything you can see. I think you turn around and look, and you see that Siobhan is probably kind of ran up. Is kind of face sort of closer to it, but you see her features are kind of extended out and weird.
So I just point then out there.
Okay. Yori, you fall 40 feet as you were sent out to the ground. Now, 40 feet, that's not enough for a full round, but I will allow you to give me a, because in your case, because you can fly, give me, what do we want to call this to see if you put your wings out quick enough?
Probably it's a deck save if it's that kind of thing. But is it shooting me straight down essentially? It's not
shooting you straight down.
Fall 10 feet per round or something. So yeah. Okay.
I think it's a lot more than that, actually.
Is it more than 10 feet around? Oh yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
Someone
it's
can check my...
per 10 feet damage. Yeah, that's the...
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah.
500 feet in a round.
500 feet around. So that's why. Yeah, it's super fast.
Which is insane, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's how the science works in Fantasyland.
I did check the scientists again. They just said, yeah, that's
They
correct.
just said it is more. It is more than that.
So a deck save is what I'd say, to try and get the wings open.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even then, yeah. And that would be a 5.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, you do send your wings out this, but it's about a solid second too late as you. Good thing you guys short rested. In this moment, I would like you all to roll initiative.
Nice. So Yuri's not used to like suddenly breaking his wings out. I think it's he's only had them for like a week.
Yeah. For the record, what you guys saw in the bubble was a solid second. So if you had something that would truly be a reaction-like thing, you can do it. But that's about it.
No. Io, you have a 1d8 added to your initiative.
Thank you for letting me know that.
Trying to
Alrighty.
look at that spell. I don't think it would
Oh,
help him
D8.
against this.
Oof.
It's not gonna help him.
Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? That's insane. That's hilarious, though.
I have 0 writing material for me, but I guess I have a computer.
12 plus 3.
Don't talk back to your mom, Yori.
I'm gonna say, just because it's hard to switch back and forth between Discord, you guys can go ahead and yell it out and I'll figure it out.
Okay.
19.
15.
19. Okay. Before I forget, sorry, Yori, you take 22 points of damage, bludgeoning damage.
And mitigated by 17, so 5. You probably.
What's the
I don't know
17
if you
from?
remember this. Hrungnir's gift allows me to reduce falling damage by 2d10.
Cool. Love it.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, so Siobhan had a 19. Someone give me another number.
17.
17 Nalani. 15 for Io.
5.
Jess
Yori.
got a 14.
Yori got a 5. You got a 5 on your save and your initiative?
I did. Yeah.
Cool.
And they're both +1, so they're both 4s +1. And it's death.
That's so good. That's so good.
No.
Okay, I'm missing. Can someone tell me, just because Discord is going to be
Gwyn
tricky for me
had
to
a
get to.
14.
Thank you.
Alistair had a 9.
Yes.
All right. 14 and Alistair had a 9. Okay. Cool. Oh boy. Okie dokie. So, Siobhan, you were up first. Siobhan, I'd like you to roll me a perception check.
11.
11. Okay, cool. With an 11, it says you see there are 2 more that come out of the crevices. They hear another plop closer to them. So there are now 6 here.
Good.
And it's 40 feet down.
It's 40 feet down. Now, there's a tricky thing here. You do know that Yori has flight.
But I don't know if they'll get to him before he gets the ability to fly.
Correct.
You've also seen Alistair move people farther than 40 feet.
I don't know if you'll
That's
get to
right.
him before you have the ability to do that.
Right.
You still know I can do it.
I
Before
do.
you close and can't come up.
You know
Can't
what I
come
can
up.
do.
Shit, but he's out
I
of range of
definitely have my
my
phone
thing,
somewhere.
though.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, Siobhan does dumb shit all the time, though, especially when someone's in danger. And she already had the pitons and the rope out. So I don't know if I have the action economy for this, but can I, like, for my full action, bonus action, hammer the rope with the piton, And then movements. No. How much of my action economy would it take to hammer a piton into the top of the rope and throw the rope over the side real quick?
Roll me a sleight of hand.
That's not bad. That's 25.
25? Cool. I'm going to say you're able to take the rope out and slam the...
Because I already had all that stuff out.
And you're a rogue. Like, there's a certain roguish sort of quality to this. So I'm going to say it takes an action to do all that.
Good. Half movement, climbing down?
No, I don't think so. No, not with a rope.
So I'm going to go down 30 feet. And how far is Yori from me still?
So
He
Yori...
fell, like, in the 10 feet
yeah,
out
he went straight down. So Yori's probably... I'd say Yori's only maybe 10 feet away from you. Because you'd have to kind of do it from the side, I would say.
I'll use my bonus action then to just Misty Step down in front of Yori. Just to give him, like, a moment to get up and collect himself. Because he just got shot out by a teardrop.
Cool. So you could just bonus dash, right?
Oh, yeah, I could do that too. Well, no, because it would be 10 feet of fall. No, 50 feet of rope. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's 50 feet of rope,
Yes.
not 30. Yeah. Yep.
I will bonus dash then.
Cool.
Making this way harder than it has to be. That's it. That's all I got.
You got it. Okay. Awesome. Great. Nalani, it's you.
Did these creatures have they made any movement towards Yori yet? Like a hostile?
Oh yeah. They're coming.
We are gonna fling a couple arrows at the closest towards Yori and I guess Siobhan now at this point.
Okay.
And let's see, I'm just trying to do this efficiently. So does a 18 hit?
18 just hits.
Okay, so then the next one was a 22. So they're both gonna hit. So you see 2 arrows flashing blue because they're magic arrows come out of his bow, and
you're aiming at. You said 2, so are you aiming at 1 or 2 of them? You got time. You got time. You can figure out how well you did on the first one.
Okay, so a D8.
Are they like the kind that your bow makes the magic arrow, or are they arrows with like a little bit of a magic sort of glow to them?
I guess I've never described this. So the magic arrow, as I pull it back, it kind of glows a little blue. Like I imagine it kind of glowing phosphorescent
But it's
blue.
a physical arrow that glows, not like
It's
you
a
just pull it
physical
back and
arrow.
it magics an arrow into
Yeah.
place. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the first one's gonna be 11 points of damage.
Okay, nice. Looks hurt.
And I guess I already did say the closest two. So
Totally up to you. No, honestly, totally up to you. Because you would have, mechanically speaking, you're able to determine what your second attack would have.
Okay, let's just shoot at the same one then. So
you got it.
That's good. It's gonna take 13 points of damage with the second one.
You got it. Cool. With 13, total 24, right? With 24 damage on that single one, you hear just the second one kind of just goes right through the chest. You see it fall to the ground, and as you see the blood kind of come out of it, the blood seems to move very quickly through the cracks and spreads out. I'd say about 5 feet, we'll say.
And it's dead, or it just fell to the ground?
Very dead. Yep. But I'll say roll me a perception check, low DC.
Seriously? An 11.
Yeah, low DC. 10 was the DC. So with an 11, you notice that their blood, assumedly their blood seems to have this very, very bright blue texture to it, very similar to Io's vial. As you see, it kind of spreads out and moves through the cracks and then stops. But it seemed like it moved really quickly. Which tells you two things. One, they're probably pretty amphibious and their blood is very thin. What's the word? Viscous? Or opposite of that, maybe?
I don't remember the right
opposite of
term, but I
viscous.
know what you're talking
Opposite
about.
of viscous,
Anti-viscous.
Anti-viscous. Scientists say. Yeah. But it seems to kind of fall into the cracks quickly.
I am going to
And
yell.
we'll say, sorry, I never figured out this part of the mechanic. So we'll say about 10 feet spread out.
I am going to yell out as I see that. Specifically, I'm going to yell out, but specifically to Alistair. Did you see what happened, Alistair? And that will end my turn.
Okay, you got it. Sweet. Io, you're up. Go when you're on deck.
So,
I have my phone now, so I can see what you messaged, Gwen.
how many of them are far away? How many of them are further away from Siobhan and Yori?
How many of them are far away?
Yeah, like further away, because what I want to do is I want to quicken web and anchor the web between both the ground and the wall, opposite of them, so they're not getting webbed up.
The wall opposite of them is about 100 feet away.
Okay, wow, that's far.
Because they're right there, right? They're right at the beginning.
Gotcha. In that case, I want to quicken web to web up as many of the creatures without webbing either of them up, just anchoring it on the ground.
You got it. I'm gonna say you can get because they're just like there's two of them. They're just kind of coming out. I'd say you can get at least 3.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I'm going to quicken web, and it's a dexterity DC 16.
Cool. You got it. I would say also too, like at this point, you actually see there is a crack that is, because that's super smart. So you can center it on the crack of those that are coming out. And I would say for that, you're only going to have 2. You're only going to hit 2 of them, but you also assume that is the point of entry.
That's what we're going to do then. Yes.
You want to do that? Cool.
Yes.
You got it.
And then what we're going to do, since I quickened web.
What's the DC?
16.
Natural 17 on the die.
Dang.
That's Dex, right?
Yes, Dex.
Cool. You got
Well,
it. Yep.
I'll just have to push them back in when I get the chance. But what we're going to do there, since we quickened web, we're going to position ourselves in such a way where we're going to fire an Eldritch Blast on the one that I couldn't get and try and push him into that web.
Okay, you got it.
All right. Where's that D20? There it is. Okay. So that first one is going to be a 24 to hit.
That'll
So
hit.
That definitely hits. D10.
Jeez, I'm rolling.
Where are you, D10? There you are. So he's taking 15 points of damage, and I'm pushing him right, I'm assuming right into that web already. Yeah. Then I'm just going to hit him with the other one. The other one is a 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. And then he's taking another 8 points of damage.
Okay. Great. Tell me how you kill this one.
So what you do is, I didn't also describe the web. So right in that crack, you start to see like a black ooze ichor out until it forms like a black spider web. And then you see Io basically go ahead and slam this other one into the web. But as he's slamming it into the web, weather through the combination of emotions of these things look like him and he doesn't know what they are. He really wants to find out more, but his friends are in danger. He overshoots the shot, and like just the overwhelming energy causes it to kind of like explode.
Cool. I love that. Nice. Say, because the web is still there, right?
Yes, the web is still there, and basically,
Strange.
if they succeed it, but they go back into it, they have to make the save again.
He did make the save again, but he also died. So
Yeah, good.
well,
not
cool.
good, but yeah.
As that happens, you see the same thing. Like it's the figure kind of dies, like just on the lip of like where that thing. You hear that sort of like screeching sort of sound, and you see the blood kind of move down and fill another 10-foot space.
I think that's where Io's gonna end his turn too.
Cool. You got it. Awesome. Next, Gwen.
Gwen.
Okay. How does it sound? At all? Anything?
I can make it work. I'm going to turn you
Okay.
way down, but I can make it work.
Okay. Sorry about that. My
No, it's all good.
most important question is, does anything in the cavern seem to be affected by the blood running into the crevices?
Give me whatever check you think makes sense. What would you like to roll? And I'll say no.
You'll say no. Okay. I was thinking. I think she's looking at it more of like an arcana perspective. Like, does anything magical seem to be happening because of these changes?
100%. Yeah, go ahead and roll that Arcana check.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Natural 20. So
Flash of
25.
genius.
Flash of genius for
Plus
another
flash of
so
genius.
30.
Amazing.
30? Cool. With a 30, I will tell you guys just straight at the beginning, and you can tell me how you figure that out, Gwen. With a 30, each time one of these creatures dies, its blood fills up a 10-foot space of the cracks that are there, which means that the cracks themselves are probably pretty thin, like they're not very deep, right? You notice that the liquid itself seems to kind of match the liquid that is in Io's vial. And you get the feeling that this is a 100-foot diameter space, and they're filling 10-foot square feet. So feel free to correct my math on this if it needs to. 10 of these would be really bad. You're not exactly sure what would happen, but if the blood continues to spread out, something bad is going to happen.
Okay. Gwen is going to shout down to Siobhan and Yori to get out of there as quickly as they can.
Cool.
Bonus action, she's going to give herself a flight power so that she doesn't fall if she falls. And action then. So she'll give herself the power of flight. She's going to fly down without going too far, within 10 feet. I mean, not within 10 feet. She's going to fly down 10 feet, so she's within 30 feet.
Okay.
And then, does one of them look more like the leader?
No.
Okay. Then
They all actually, like, honestly, like, with a 30 on those stuff, I'll say they honestly all look exactly the same. I'm also going to say, too, with the 30, you get the idea that, I think you, like, there's a part where you kind of, like, flash back to the previous room. And there were inscriptions, like you specifically know this, there were inscriptions written for each of the individual sort of pieces there. But you remember specifically that one of the, like the earth one, was made smaller and seemed to be done on purpose. What would, like, in your head, you're thinking in your head in this moment, for some reason just kind of like blitz into your memory, what sort of creature would make something this substantial but then choose to make a silly, like, sort of joke, essentially, at one of the figures there.
For her action, she's just going to point at whichever one is closest to her within 30 feet. In Primordial, she is going to cast Suggestion on this creature, and she's going to say, I suggest you take your friends back where you came from and let us look around in peace.
Cool. You got it. Charisma saving throw?
It is actually a Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. You got
16.
it. Ooh, baby. Cool. 15. So 15 does not make the save. You see it turn around and start chittering to the other beings, who all turn and look at the other, who all turn and look at the person that you just suggested to. You're not sure if it's going to have full effect or not, but you get the idea that you're.
Yeah, and then she'll look to the rest of them and say, let's see if that works. I told them to go away.
Cool. You got it. Awesome. Go ahead and put your... Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Great. That was Gwen's turn. Is now Al's turn, and then yours turn.
I mean, I will...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so dumb. The initiative was 10 for these guys. These creatures, it has to be... Okay, cool. Great. You see all the creatures turn and look at each other and all scurry down back into the hole.
Do they all get stuck in the web in that case then?
Do you want them to?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and release release the spell.
I'm gonna say they see it because it's funny. You're absolutely right. That would be really funny. But I would say, like, in the realms of the idea of how this is supposed to work, I'm gonna give that to you.
That would be funny though.
Yeah. Cool. So they're not dead, for the record, and we have what, 2 dead so far. Awesome. All right. So you're all out of initiative at this point. If initiative comes back, we're going to keep... was it 3 dead?
2.
2, okay. But for simplicity's sake, if something does happen... yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, how big is that hole that they were coming out of?
Not too big. I'd say it's probably about 5 feet.
Okay. That might be important.
Pull Yori to his feet. Next time,
So
let's take precautions.
You just slap on it.
So yeah, like Yori was straight up, like, I think face down, like wings just sprawled out, like face down onto the ground. Just like, yeah, I messed that up. But I got it this time, and he starts to fly back up towards the tier.
Okay,
No,
you
no,
got
no.
it.
It's 40 feet, so if you try to stop him at that point, he will, like, he'll stop if you try to grab him before he gets up there. But he's trying to go back in.
Yeah, go. Let's contest it if you want.
I'm gonna move under him.
Okay.
I'm just be like, if you hurt me when you fall again, you're gonna feel bad.
What? Wow. What a guilty mom move. That's crazy. That's so funny. Sorry, what were you going to say, Jess?
I was just going to say Gwen is, 30 feet in between Yori and the drop, basically. She went over the side a little bit.
I will say, you have a solid second to say something, actually, Gwen.
I think she'd just say, I'm with you, Yori, but we need to do this logically.
This is an experiment. I got the question wrong.
We're going to figure out the next question to ask.
That last part of it, that Gwen says, you hear.
To be fair, she wasn't going to try to stop him very hard.
Yeah. you see that same figure sort of appear before you. Where do you come from?
All right, last time. The Egther Hearthkeep in Muspelheim?
You fall straight down. Siobhan, I need
I'm
a
gonna
dex
try to
save.
catch him.
Okay, I would say if you want to catch him, no dex save required. Well, Yori, you do it. Okay, I will say this. Yori, you do have your wings open too. I'll say for this, Siobhan, you have. What can we do here? Well, how can we make this fun? Yori, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 10.
Cool. Siobhan, you have to make a. I'm going to say an athletics check of 15 or higher.
I'm better at acrobatics, but
Yeah.
could I have given
He's got-
myself
he's got
guidance
heavy
in
armor,
anticipation for him doing something?
I'll allow it.
Because it's a minute
Yeah.
of concentration.
Yeah.
Ouch. That's with guidance a 9.
A 9? Cool.
I'm going to dice jail.
You got it. Actually, this. That's a lot. 15. 25. Have 2. Math. 25 and a half. 12. Right?
Yes.
12. Cool. With a both you, Yori, and you, Siobhan, take 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Also, Gwen, I'm going to give you, because this just happened, and this happened kind of within probably maybe 4 or 5 seconds of each other here. What you specifically asked for, I'm going to allow you to let's do a sort of homebrew sort of thing of you try to maintain concentration on this, on trying to keep them down there. Because what you said was, bring them I suggest you guys stay down there and let us figure this out, right?
Yep.
So I'm gonna say the same thing though. You have to be a DC 15. But this is concentrating on the spell, so any if you warcast or whatever.
I did not make it.
You got it. Cool. Everybody's back in initiative.
Sorry, guys.
All good.
rolled
Yeah,
another
all
That was
good.
a good move.
And Yori's on top of me. Am I prone with Yori on top of me right now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's
Okay, yeah.
fair. You guys failed a lot of checks. Cool. So I'm going to say we're going to continue in that level of order. So it is now, you see them kind of rush out and are moving towards. Man, you both kind of made an impact on the ground.
He made an impact on me.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
I know. Hey.
I thought you were gonna catch me.
I did.
I do think they all kind of go
Thanks.
after you. Give me a second.
Given Shaban's age now, should she roll for bone brittle check or something? Yeah.
Dude.
I'm gonna become the Jahira of the group.
Oh,
Look, she's the hottest
can I
companion,
get,
so that's fine.
She
real
is.
talk, yeah.
We'll start with Siobhan. Siobhan, what is your AC?
17.
What a crazy roll. Cool. 2 hit you. 1 second.
Okay.
Yori, what's your AC? Just
Also 17.
cool.
It's weird, but-
Two miss, one crit on you.
Guardian Blessing. They need to make a wisdom saving throw on Yori. For
Cool.
the hit on Yori.
Some saving throw. DC what?
What's my spell save DC? I don't have. It's only a 14. It's really bad.
Failed.
Okay.
Failed by 1. Because they have negative.
Which
1
isn't great
to
because
this.
they now choose somebody else to hit.
Right, which would be you. With
Me.
that nat 20, right? They don't change that.
Yeah, you already could probably cancel that or something.
Yeah, actually, you could totally do it. So we'll say
Combo move, Yori.
we'll do the nat 20 first. So this is
Doesn't that just use both our resources? Depends who I switch it to. Yeah.
That's math is hard. 15 points of slashing damage on the from the crit.
Rude.
Sorry,
And then-
sorry. That's no. Hold on, time man. That is not true at all. Let me try again. I'm so sorry. What was I doing? That's 7 points of bludgeoning damage, or slashing damage.
So
From the crit, and then I got hit
that's
2 more
max plus
times.
the roll. Wow. All right.
That is max plus the roll.
The other was missed. The other 2 missed. Right?
No, I got hit twice before, so there should
Yeah,
be 2 other hits.
and then
against
you
me.
got crit on what she
Oh.
took.
Okay, so 2
Which
hits and a
this
crit.
damage is not worth wasting your resources.
Yeah, you take 5 more points of slashing damage.
I am fine.
Cool.
You are
Awesome.
now under the effects of a sanctuary spell for 10 minutes.
Sweet. Al, is your turn, then you're next.
Yori, what was the question?
Where do you come from? Both times. I said here,
What did you? Okay.
and then my.
You can
home
say,
in the
yeah,
mountains.
yeah, you can have a.
You
I'm
can
fine
tell,
with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I'm totally fine with that. You guys can explain
Try-
in this
try
point.
the
That's
Fey-
totally fine.
Close enough.
Try the Feywild next time. That's your. Try the Fey.
I'm so glad that he is encouraging this behavior. I can't wait.
Do it
to
again.
find out.
Try something
Can't get
else.
over there. Yeah, I can't get over
Do
there,
something
so-
else. You can get to the bubble. The
Yeah,
bubble's right
alright.
there.
Oh, I can.
There's one
Yeah.
right at the edge.
You're not down. You're up on the ledge.
Yeah. Oh man,
It's your turn.
damn it, Joe.
Uh,
All right, cool.
I know.
If it
Sorry.
helps,
We-
you see
we
Gwen
had that-
going like shooing you into it. So
Okay.
Yeah, we had
Wait,
that
so
conversation.
he's gonna
and
get
then
in
I
the
run into
bubble
one.
that Yori just got dropped onto Siobhan. So if he drops on us, he's
Yep.
dropping on both of us? Okay.
Yup.
I love it. Do it. Please do it.
It'll be a softer
Okay,
landing.
cool. All right. So, having seen that, Joe, can I hold an action to vortex warp myself if I get shunted out?
I'm gonna say because of the idea of like the force of being pushed down, you can, but you would have to succeed on a dex save to do it quick enough, and if you don't, the spell is wasted. Fair?
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
I don't think you can vortex warp yourself unless it's homebrewed rules.
Oh, let me check.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It's good
I-
to know.
I think you can only vortex warp other people. But double check me.
10 points for knowing the rules, Gwen.
Seriously.
I don't know. Sometimes.
Yeah, it says another creature, so you are
Yeah.
you are right. Cool. Then, as I'm running or walking over there, I will cast Spider Climb on myself.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. And you're still you're going into the bubble?
Yes.
Cool. You got it. You go into the bubble. You see a figure appear before you. Very like sallow skin, heavy eyes. You see there's a book bag that's kind of like held up. Maybe like you might have one. Never mind. Alistair definitely had a shoulder bag. You see this like heavy shoulder bag that is like bursting with books, things like that. Looks up at you and says to you, "Where do you come from?"
I don't know.
Shot down. You're holding bite or climb, I don't think helps in this situation.
I wasn't holding it. I cast it before I walked in there, but
That's right. You cast
I
it before
can't,
you
like-
walked in.
But you're getting shot through the air, so it doesn't really help you grab anything, does it? If there's
Yeah,
nothing
you
there,
can't grab.
unless there's a wall there.
so never close enough.
No,
But it would
you're
be
not
funny if
close
you
enough.
tried to go in and you just jumped to it and then immediately fell. It just didn't go in it at all.
This is fun stuff to roll.
I'm not as scared of
10,
these fish people as I am of my companions
13.
dropping on top of me.
Not just like
Let's-
dropping,
let's-
just being rocketed.
What's
Yeah.
13 divided by 3? As you're all gonna take
About
a
3
third
or
of
4
this damage, I think, because that's funny.
3 or 4
damage.
things depends on how you
4 times
round.
3 is 12, so yeah, it'd be 4 damage. 4 bludgeoning damage all for you.
Ouch.
Actually, I'm gonna roll something here in this. There's so many die. Okay, cool. 2 more come out. So now there are. So for the record, you killed like 2 of them. 6 reappeared, and 2 more are now out. So now there's 8. Okay, that was Al. You're up.
All right. Since it's 40 feet up, so normally I couldn't fly that high. What I'd like to do is use the third feature of Hrungnir's Gift, which is for every 5 points I spend, I can leap 10 feet into the air, and spend, I guess, 20 points to just leap 40 feet straight into it.
Cool. I love that. Can you not fly? Did you
The
lose
same
your
one
fly?
right above
I
us?
can, but it would be, I can only fly 30 feet. So
Oh, gotcha.
I'm
Gotcha,
using this
cool.
to sort of get the extra speed boost I would need to get like 40 feet into the, without doing like a dash action or anything like that.
You got it. Cool. You go back in. Same figure appears before you. Where do you come from?
The Feywild?
You say you're shot right back down.
Down didn't work.
Ouch! This is the third person to drop on
Wait. Can I,
Sure. Maybe.
rather than landing back on both of them, since I didn't use my action or bonus action, I'd like to Misty Step away from them as I'm falling.
Roll me a dexterity saving throw to see if you can do it in time.
Okay.
As you are kind of shot down.
That's 12.
Yeah, I'll say 12 beats it.
All right.
That'll be nice.
So
Cool.
I'm gonna
So
go back up to the platform is where I'm gonna go from there.
you got it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
Feywild didn't work.
as you come back up to the platform, roll me an insight check.
Okay. I got a 10.
Cool. Please continue.
All right.
Actually, I don't know if that ends your turn or not. It's not an action to actually do anything in this bubble, so.
I'm just gonna give Bardic to let's see, to Alistair.
Cool. What do you say to Alistair?
Okay. It wasn't any of the places I've been, but you're smart. You got it.
Alistair, roll me, I think with disadvantage. I just feel like Alistair might feel like this is either a backhanded compliment or what. I just don't, you can tell me, but I don't know, it's from Yori. So you tell me, do you feel like you would fully like think this, does that make you feel good? Does that like, is there a positive energy you get from that?
No, I think it's just straight. I don't think it's meant in meanness. It's like when
Thanks,
somebody
dude.
tells you to dig a hole as you thanks.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Cool. I'm gonna say roll me an insight check. Straight roll though.
It's a 10.
10. Okay, great. Please continue. Or wait. No, this is that was sorry.
Can you
Sorry.
use the
That's not
bardic
how that
inspiration
works.
on that? Not that you have to, because it's just you use it anytime in the next minute.
Could
so
I
it's
use
like,
the bardic
I'd allow it. Yeah, I would fully allow that. Absolutely.
It's D6.
D6.
You got to beat a 13.
Great, I got a 4. So 14.
Juice.
Awesome. Cool.
Get inspired.
Get inspired. Cool. Alistair, how do you feel right now?
A mixture of excitement and annoyance. This is
Cool.
a fun experiment, but I can't. It's not going fast enough, and there's a clock.
You got it. So excited and annoyed, and you are right next to Siobhan, correct?
Yep.
Cool. Siobhan, I'm gonna give you the power here on this. Siobhan, roll me an insight check. Oh, it's your turn anyway, so that's great. Roll me an insight check with advantage.
23.
23. There's something about them, like I feel like Alistair's like stuck on you, but there's also like you get a feel like you're able to sense emotions a little bit clearer in this room than others. And you look back at the bubble, and the bubble's not really moving, but there's something in your head that connects to the idea of what made this place and what would they be looking for. And you feel like with what Alistair is feeling, you shouldn't get an immediate like response like you have. It's like this room is it's not necessarily like pushing towards emotions, negative or positive, but it feels like it's empowering emotions.
Okay, where do you come from? The question is, where do you come from? That's what it keeps asking, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's emotions based, not blood not blood based, is what I'm gathering. Okay, first, do I have the movement to get at least like 10 feet up the rope and Misty step into the bubble?
I say if you wanted to like bonus action dash, I would allow that on the rope. Like I'm totally cool with that. So I would say same idea. Yes, you can do that, but
okay, I'll do that without.
I might be missing a rule. I apologize if I am, but for this puzzle, we'll allow the cunning action to kind of work for the climbing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I do think there's like a second story work thing that I'm forgetting, but
there second story work would. Because it depends on how you do climbing at speed in your games. So
yeah, I feel like, well, obviously, like if there was no rope, absolutely there would be a bunch of checks here. I feel like the rope is what's making this easier. But yeah, so we're gonna say for the sake of simplicity, yes, you were able to do that.
So I get in the bubble. I'm stuck on the blood, but I think you're telling me something else.
You see the bubble. Yeah, you see your form kind of come out, and oh boy, you see Siobhan from the orphanage. So that sort of version of because you weren't Kara in the orphanage, right?
Ellie,
yeah. So you see. You tell me what you see.
A small, blonde-haired, half-elf looking girl.
Cool.
Very ragged and dirty and underfed.
Cool. Looks up to you and goes, "Where do you come from?"
Can I insight check myself?
No. Because it's not yourself.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry. You insight yourself or yourself, the girl in front of you? Sure. Sure. What are you trying to find out?
I'm just. I want to feel. Do the emotions feel extra in the bubble? Like, does it feel even more amplified
based
in the
on your
bubble?
yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Am I gonna age another 50 years by trying to see if the emotions are amplified in this
it
bubble?
might be like 200 actually, but yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The shriveled husk of Sharon falls from the bubble.
We're all having a good time, and then no. This is supposed to be a very serious puzzle game, but I'm just not feeling it tonight. So it's.
That's how we take every puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say, Shimon?
Well, I was trying to insight check or like sense the emotions of the bubble first.
I think I'll give you that. The sense that you get is that emotions themselves, even though on a actually, here's a good way to put it. When you insight your insight self, Jesus, when you insight check yourself, you feel a weird sort of like expanse opening up to you that feels like it's a level of like a question, like an opens. I'm trying to think of how to like imagery wise, it's almost equivalent to like an empty space, but that's vast and beyond, like far beyond anything that you've actually felt before, because you feel like the bubble might be doing the same thing to you.
And the bubbles don't react when the blood is added. Only the
Correct.
ground floor is reacting. The bubbles don't seem to have nothing to do with the blood flow.
That you've seen, yeah.
Okay. Where do I come from? Sorry, guys, I'm wasting your time.
You're good. Oh, you're
where
totally
do
good.
All right, I'm trusting Clinton on this. I'm gonna do combined, but meaning the same thing. Thinking about the blood below.
Okay.
She's gonna take out her dagger and put it in her hand and say, "Love the water of the womb and the blood of my ancestors," and cut my hand. Just trying to cover all the bases.
Okay. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, great. You you feel yourself shoot, not downward, but forward to the next bubble.
Oh.
The next bubble, you see Kara appear before you. Kara. You see Kara appear before you, slightly dirty in the face, like this determined sort of look in her eye. You see there's that same dagger is in her hand. She's kind of like holding it to her chest, and she says to you, "Whom do you serve?"
Myself.
You shot straight.
Damn it.
You got one.
She may be unconscious at this point. I'm not sure.
It depends how much damage you take. Yeah.
Wow, that was really low damage. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
And am I closer to the hole with the fish people now?
You definitely are. You're not. There's no I would say you kind of hit just off. I'd say maybe just above it. Like you're not sending you down into the hole. But yeah, man, that would be mean.
I'm just gonna raise my bloody hand and yell what I said the first time to the group as I'm prone, so that they know what I said the first time.
Also, you did kind of slice your hand open. I'm going to say you do take 2 points of piercing damage.
I'm
Slashing
still
damage,
up.
thank you. Still up, okay. All right. Cool. Nalani, you're up. Gwen, sorry, Io, you're on deck.
You said there's really no way to climb up the cliff, like from the bottom to the top.
No, you have a rope.
I
You
know.
absolutely can.
I'm thinking about the other side.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm assuming the other side is similar to this side.
It does look similar to the side, yeah.
I guess what I'm considering is if you get shot down, can you just run across and try to climb up the other side as opposed to going across the bubbles?
It'd be a tricky roll to get to, but from your position right now, it's not impossible.
And how many fish people are down there now? There's like 8 of them, I think.
Excuse me. They're not fish people.
Okay.
These are, for the record, these are not Locatha.
Oh.
8 right now.
Just call them IO siblings for now.
IO siblings for that not one, dude. They do look a lot like you, like that, and that is. I'm gonna tell you the DM full above board. That is pure chance.
Okay, good to know.
But you rolled a nat 1, so they're definitely your sibling. What are you doing, Nalani?
And Nalani clearly gets the idea that when you kill these things, water fills up the bottom, or liquid fills up the bottom.
You've definitely seen that. It's up to you whether or not you make that connection.
Nalani's gonna go into the first one.
Okay. I'm just thinking about this now. Nalani, you see a version of yourself that you do not recognize. You see a blonde-haired elf with a very interesting-looking, like elven band around your head, wearing robes of what look to be like that are green and gold, like in various sort of ways. Extremely, like I would say for Nalani right now, like way over the top. But you see that, and you see you don't see a bow in front of you or anything like that, and you see the figure just looks at you, smiles, and says, "Where do you come from?"
Does Nalani, and you might make me roll for this, does Nalani know the name of the hidden or the fabled elf town in the woods?
And Elduin? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because he knows the book. That's the city of Elduin. Nalani knows the answer because he just heard Siobhan yell it, but he cannot help himself and says the city of Elduin.
Cool. Great down. God, who is in that spot right now?
Alistair, I think, is the last one there.
Catch me out!
Oh, that was significantly worse. Both of you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage. And just for the record, for everybody, there are 8 of these things on the ground. They don't hit hard, but there's 8 of them.
Yep.
Io, you're up. Gwen, you're on deck.
There's people in danger. As curious as he is to be the scientist.
Wait. Do I have anything? It was like my turn and I went into the bubble and I fell. Do I have actions still?
I would say because we're kind of like marking that you're knocked prone, so yeah, half your movement to get up. But yeah, you have an action.
And I have So I used half my movement to get up, right?
Yeah. So have your movement to get up. Yes.
So I want to use the rest of my movement. But this is what I want. I want to try to tell me if I can do this.
Okay.
Grab Al.
Okay.
Action to pick up Al and get as far up the rope as I can.
What are you asking of me? So it takes half your movement to get up. So if you want to grab Al, that doesn't cost an action, but it costs half your movement to drag him. Okay. So if half your movement to get up is, so how much movement you have left?
I've got 35 total, so I would have what is that? I'd have
15.
So you got to round down, so 15. So grabbing him, you're gonna be able to move 7 feet. I'll give you 10.
Does that get me to the rope or get up at all?
I'd say it gets you to the rope. We got to move on, man. We got to keep going. Yeah, what do you want to do?
I'll just do that.
Okay, you got it. You pull him at least to the side, so at least if someone else drops down, they're not going to fall on him. Cool. I love that. Sweet. Io, you're up.
Yeah, so Io, 2 beams, at the closest creatures attacking his friends.
Okay, you got it.
Does a 16 hit?
No.
Okay. And the 5 doesn't hit either, so both of those miss.
No,
Not 5.
These guys are pretty quick, so they just kind of like duck around and try to jump out. So, cool.
I think with the rest of his movement, he's going to jump in the first bubble.
Okay, you got it. Io, you see a version of yourself, young island Io, fresh from like probably the first day of like getting on your first boat. So like super, because I do imagine that because where you live to be able to get to even the college, you would have had to take in a boat. So it might even be that Io. You can tell me. But that's what you see. You got it. Cool. Looks at you and goes, "Where do you come from?"
And then he just says, "Water the womb."
Straight down.
Okay.
Right. 5, 6, 7. 7 points of bludgeoning damage. You land right on your butt.
Alrighty.
Win. Oh, well, I what do you want to do for the rest of your...
I think just kind of get myself on the opposite end and bonus action manifest a tentacle between us and our friends.
Well, you're down there now. And for the record, actually, as you kind of like look up at this, you see they're all looking at you. Because you attacked them.
One down. Oh, I'm the only.
No, you're not the only one down there,
I'm
but
down
you're.
there.
But you attacked them,
Gotcha.
so they're all
That's
looking
fair.
at you.
That's fair. Yeah, tentacle between me and them.
You got it. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gwen, you're up, and then they're on deck.
Okay, so Gwen is going to look at all of her friends down there. She'll head into the first. Yeah, she'll head into the first bubble.
You see a Gwen. I think Gwen's even a little younger. I think what we see is a Gwen that is actually like man, I don't think, we're not going to do like the sitting on the stoop Gwen, but we do have a Gwen that's kind of like looking out the window. Younger, you remember exactly who you're looking for. That Gwen kind of turns to you. You can see hands that look like they're kind of holding onto the window, turns and looks at you and says, "Where do you come from?"
Did I hear at all what Siobhan said to move forward to the next one?
Yeah, she yelled it out.
Okay.
Siobhan, if you want to say it again.
I said, "Love the water of the womb and the blood of my ancestors." And Io just tried the water of the womb, and that did not work.
Yeah. So Gwen will repeat what Siobhan is saying, but rather than draw like a dagger or anything like that, as she goes, she's going to use prestidigitation to just sort of make like a harmless, like, trickle of water or something like that. It can do a puff of wind. So I think,
Okay, so you're just like making like a form of like water in the air. Okay,
yeah,
you
just
got
to
it.
sort of like offer up something, like that's her favorite spell, and daggers are
Love it.
important to Siobhan for other reasons. So she's trying to use something that is emotional connected to her.
Yeah, I love that. Cool, awesome. You go straight into the next bubble. As you go into the next one, you see a figure of Gwyn who is now like literally just digging with a shovel. You see her kind of like wiping her brow, looking at you, throws something over her shoulder. You can see like the shovel's not even in her hand. She's just making that motion. Actually, no, the shovel is in her hand, excuse me. And then looks at you and says, "Whom do you serve?"
And I think sticking with the emotions and this theme, I think she would say, I think the emotion that most drives Gwen, especially in situations like this, is like curiosity and desire to know more. So I think what she would say is, I serve the future. I serve knowledge.
I serve knowledge. Okay, cool. You go down.
Yeah, of course. Any bonus from my flying?
Oh, the flying? Yeah, you have flying on. It's concentration on that. I will say, I'm gonna say just give me a concentration saving throw.
Okay.
And we'll say it's like a DC 10. I know we're doing a lot of homebrew stuff here, but there's got to be something that you're kind of fighting against on that.
Yeah.
12 is good. 12 is good. Yeah. Awesome. Cool. I'm gonna say above board game. It is 1252 right now. I want to say 1 should probably be the hard cutoff, but I'm willing to go to 110. So that's up to you guys.
I am as well.
Yeah, 110.
Thumbs up if you're good.
Yeah.
Thumbs up. 110 is the hard stop, no matter what. So okay. Awesome.
I use my action for prestidigitation, so don't have that. I think she would look at the rest of them and say, we're missing something.
Okay. Cool. As you look at the rest of them and say, we're missing something.
Oh, sorry. Do I take any? No, because I had.
No, you don't, because you were flying. So yeah. I don't think we read anything from Gwen right now. Right now, at least, I'll say. But all 8 of these dudes are running at Io.
Am I still
please tell me what
prone?
you're doing.
I am casting. Oh, I am going to be ready to cast shield once someone makes contact with me or tries to make contact with me.
You got it. Would you? So for Siobhan, would you be able to have used half your movement to get up on that turn that you went down? Do you remember?
because I had to use all my movement and dash to get in.
Cool.
And
So
you
I'd
said
say
I
it's
fell prone closer to the tunnel.
yeah. On your turn, you'd be able to get up.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So are you using shield? Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
A lot of dice. Hold on.
Yeah.
What's your AC with shield?
21.
21. Oh baby. That almost hits. That almost hits. That was 6. Io, please tell me the epicness of you holding this shield against 8 of these things that are just rushing and jumping out at you.
Basically, you see the eyes get an iridescent, kind of like that pearlescent color, and then it just manifests a barrier around me, and as they're hitting, it's like that barrier is just like pushing their blows away.
Cool. You got it. Like,
And then you just see him going with like a little smirk.
love it. Awesome. Yeah, it's like they almost get through. You actually see like a hand kind of go through at one point, but just managed to kind of get out. Awesome. Al. I'm gonna also say Gwyn. Has anyone said what the next question is out loud?
I think Siobhan did.
No, I didn't know if I had time to shout the answer to the first one and the question for the second one.
Okay.
That's fair. That's totally fair. Gwen, I will allow you to do it though if you'd
Okay,
like.
then Gwen definitely would have. For some reason, I thought Siobhan had. So.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, cool. So you hear, whom do you serve? Alistair, before you go into any sort of bubble, you look at Gwen. And there's something there, right? There's emotions that you need to kind of work through and figure out. But there's a part of that, like, whom do you serve, that you feel like there's a connection between you and Gwen that is emotional. And with that, I would like you to give me an insight check. You're muted. No, you're not. You were just faking us out.
13.
13. Cool. Awesome. With a 13, you with a 13, you tell me, what is the emotion that you feel in this moment when you're looking at Gwen?
Awe.
I love that. Yeah. Cool. As you feel that, you feel a I think for you it would be affected very specifically. You feel yourself raise off the ground about maybe a solid foot. You didn't do this. This just seems like the room is responding to this emotion. Look at Kiki's face right now.
If I turn to look and Chuan's laying on the ground and Nalani's right next to me, Yori's up on the ledge, like, as I look at each one of them and see, like, think about the things we've gone through and where we're at right now, and then even looking at Gutter and seeing the fact that he's survived here and finding like that amazingness that we're all here at this time in each person, do I rise up anymore?
Tell me, give me, you gotta, there's something I'm missing from you.
Yeah, okay.
In that response. Yeah. What are you feeling?
Finding myself in.
Go ahead.
I mean, I really don't want to say this cliched word, but, like, blessed in the fact that, like, I'm in this group of people there with me. We're all doing something that I enjoy, but I also get to see that joy in Gwen, which started this whole thing, which she enjoys. And I'm thinking about the number of times I've asked, what do we do next? And this is what I think we do. And, like, I'm having that realization moment right now of, we're solving puzzles, we're fighting things, we're seeing new stuff. Like, I am just genuinely happy to be in this really scary moment with these people.
I think you see the look of determination and like that wry sort of smile of wanting to meet a challenge on Yori's face. You see Gwen in that like almost like maybe at this point maybe like a frustrated sort of like look of trying to figure out what the heck is this. You see Siobhan like trying to get up and sorry Siobhan, but like truly like looking at this like this level of like almost exhausted and like confused on why she's exhausted.
Figure out a 50-year-old body does right now.
She got a 50-year-old body to walk around in. You see Nalani, who is the hardest one to kind of like probably look at and feel anything from this, but you see the look of Nalani's simplistic indifference that has changed as of recently, in when he is showing you the book and you're seeing someone who is actually thirsting for more and wanting a feeling of value and respect. And then you finally look at Io, who is probably, I fully think Io is like you did the like sort of finger sort of wag. Io is, there's a moment of like terror as you see these things kind of like coming at you, but then there's also the clear look of Io looking at you, and I think you see a big smile on Io's face as you can see he's keeping all of them back. As you're seeing and hearing and feeling these emotions from these beings, you are, I will say you're pushed up that full 30 feet. Or 40 feet. Yeah.
40. Cool. Then I'm in the bubble.
You got it. You see even like more sort of like tired, just like leaning on the cane that's there and looks somewhat more new. Where do you come from?
Love.
You go to the next one. You look at a figure of yourself that is you see your arm, you see it just, and you see this massive sort of like Hothir is coming out and is looking at you and is like terrified and looks at you and goes, who do you serve?
Fear.
You go to the next one. You see you see a version of yourself where you see you're in school and you see books are being thrown and chucked at your head, and you see like you can feel like you can see the papers and like that response there, and it says, what do you hate?
Jeez. Ignorance.
You go on to the next one. You see a version of yourself that is the desert Alistair, pulling itself through from the sand. You can see the cane is long gone, far behind, looks up to you and says, when do you rest?
Never.
You go down. As you go down, you take that damage, you go on the opposite side. You actually, as you look up, you can see in this moment, you do not see the others. You look over, you see at the other side that there is nothing there, as if there's no one else in this room but you. Also, you take 7 points of 8. Sorry, math. 8, 9, 12. 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Got it.
We'll say the last thing you see on your turn is you see a one of those figures walk through. You see there's actually seems to be some sort of cosmic barrier between that side of the room and the other side of the room, almost as if it was a mirrored image.
Got it.
Almost there.
Got it.
Almost there. Cool. So the hard part about this is that if you were trying to shout those answers through the wall, nothing's going to happen. They're not going to be able to hear anything. It's just like as if you were trapped in the bubble. But above board, you guys get the kind of idea, and you can decide if your character does that or not. Okay. It's 1:05. We got 5 minutes. See if we can finish this out. Yori, that's you.
Just movement-wise, I'm up on the wall, just so I'm out of range of them. Sorry.
You're to the wall because you're on the other side.
Yeah, but can I climb the wall up 15 feet? I have spider climb.
You son of a bitch. Yes, absolutely, you can.
Okay.
That's incredible.
I'm good.
I love that. You got it. I love that so much. I hate you. I love that. You're up.
I'm gonna.
What you guys do see is, and then you see Alistair kind of go from bubble 3 to bubble 4 and disappear. You don't see him at all.
Flying over in that direction, full dash to try and go to where I saw him go. So past the third tier towards whatever the fourth one is, but I guess through that barrier, if I don't see a barrier, I guess I just go toward it and then try to go through it at that point. But,
you do actually see, as you get closer to it, you have to be within, it was within 10 feet of it, you actually see a version of yourself. The version of yourself that you see is a different Yori. A Yori that would look like if they got all the way here without the people around them, what would they look like?
Here without the people around him?
Mm-hmm.
I think, like, feral. You know, I think he's, like, scarred and just, like, you know, teeth gritted. Maybe, you know, he's somebody, he probably just would have been in the pits and fought and fought and fought, and, like, that's all he would have been doing is just fighting and you know, killing and letting that part of himself just go wild. So I think that's, you know,
you see it like when you get within 10 feet, you see a figure of yours that like looks slightly older, like there's pieces of that boyish sort of, like, I don't even think he's necessarily older, but he certainly looks older, and the idea of that boyish sort of like charm is gone. You see him, he's looking at you and he's slamming against the wall, staring right at you.
So if I try to go through the wall, like if I go up to the wall and try to go through it, what happens? That's what I try to do, I suppose.
You want to try that?
I'm trying to
Cool.
get to Alistair, yeah.
You got it. Cool. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
13.
13. Okay. 13 is not enough. As you get pushed back. I'm going to say because you are flying, and this is kind of the weird sort of thing with this, it was supposed to work that same way. You get pushed back and onto the ground, knocked prone. For you on this, because you are flying, I fully think you just get knocked back, honestly. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So as far as your movement goes, where were you originally? When you started this turn, where were you?
I was out at the platform, like right on the edge
of the platform. Okay.
The first thing, yeah.
Cool, you got it. Well, I'll say honestly, in that regard, then you probably wouldn't have made it to the wall, right? How far can you fly?
Well, full dash would have been 60 feet.
Okay, cool. So awesome. So yeah, so 60 feet, you knock into the wall. You have so when 50 feet is when you knock into the wall, get pushed back 10 feet. So you have 10 more feet of movement, right? 50, 60,
right. Yeah. What happens if I try to go into the teardrop that's closest to me right here? That's like the third one in the line.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You didn't pass the second one, right?
I never passed the first one, so I haven't passed the first one at all. Okay.
You got it. As soon as you are put through that one, you are sent straight down, no question. You don't even see a version of yourself. And that I need a dex save throw.
15.
15 just makes it. Yeah, you're good. You're able to keep yourself from the ground as you touch down to the ground without taking any damage.
Yeah, I mean, I convey, can't go through here, gotta start at the first one, and that's all I tell everybody else, you know, that's the end of my turn.
You got it. Cool. Awesome. All right, great. Top of the order is now Siobhan.
I hate to be that guy, but we just hit time.
Yeah, we just hit time.
Let's call it there. Absolutely, yeah. So we'll say
top of the order.
Yeah, that actually works really well. So we'll say as you guys are like looking around, trying to figure out like, okay, where did Alistair go? What did Alistair say? What is the answer to this riddle? As you know, Io, you're like holding back this shield. Is just like truly just, it's cool unless they get through. Like that's like, as you see, there's like they're climbing up on top of each other to try to get over, like thinking it's a wall sort of thing. It's nasty. You see, Nalani, you're kind of at the rope, about to kind of like climb up. As you think about the vision in your head of like that first person that I saw. Who the hell was that? As you're walking up, Siobhan, I think you're like full ready to, because I think, oh no, you're yeah,
I'm
you're
still
kind of picking
prone and bleeding.
yeah, you're like picking yourself up slowly. You're just like, oh my god, this is rough. And Gwen, I think you're at the platform, correct? We can't hear you. Sorry,
She's
I'm
flying
sorry. I
right
think I
outside.
muted you. My bad. Try now.
I think I'm flying up somewhere near in between the first and second bubble, because I was kicked out of the second one. But
You got it.
She didn't land on me.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you did see like Alistair kind of like shot through right by you.
yeah, and I think I saw him go into the third one. He didn't go down, so I think I can assume he's going forward, and now I don't see him anymore.
You got it.
Just
Cool.
her thought
So,
process.
Alistair, here's the funny part about this, because on the other side, there's a difference here. Last thing before we go, give me a perception check. Low DC.
23.
23. Cool. As you see the one kind of like walking through, and it's just one single one you saw do very little damage to your friends, whatever. You see its eyes all of a sudden just flash a purple as he starts to turn into. You see its muscles start to kind of get bigger. You see the different sort of versions of Alistair you saw through the bubbles start to kind of like full like T1000 start to kind of like come out and transfix into these other sort of versions as you see this creature start to bound after you. Cool. And with that, stop the music. And with that, we will end tonight's session, gang. We're going to start at the top of the order. Next one, right into combat. My favorite way to start. Love you guys. Hope you have an awesome rest of your week. Stay safe.